Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo.
All right. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? All right. As I said, I'm Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo. I'm also the chair of the Lead Me Home Leadership Council for our continuum of care for both Monterey and San Benito counties. To start us off, though, we want you to turn to your right or to your left, and please say buenos dias to somebody at your table there, please. All right. And to somebody that you don't know, all right? Don't just stick with all your colleagues. If there's somebody that you don't know, say hi to that person as well. That's how we do it in Salinas. If you're from Monterey County, can you please raise your hand or yell? All right. This is not fair, but let's say San Benito County. Yeah, all right, front and center. Colin over here as well, the supervisor. All right, I want to thank you for joining us this morning for our third Lead Me Home Summit on Homelessness. And we have over 300 elected education, community, faith, neighborhood, nonprofit, and government leaders who joined us for this event. We are also streaming this live on our Monterey County YouTube and Facebook pages, so if there's people who couldn't join us, please send them those links so they could watch from home or the office. And also, we just want to say what an outstanding turnout, and it reflects the tremendous interest in being part of solutions here in our respective counties. I want to thank each and every one of you for caring enough for being here this morning, and wanting to help address one of the greatest challenges of our times, and that is to address our housing and homelessness crisis, which we know those two policy areas go hand in hand. We have some great workshops. We have 3 learning sessions here today. We also want you to stay for lunch because we have some awards to also give out. But I also want to thank all the tremendous organizers who put this event together. And I want to, first of all, recognize Katrina McKenzie. Let's give her a round of applause. And all her team. She should be doing this instead of me because she spearheaded all this hard work. I also want to thank all our partners, the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, the Community Foundation, the City of Salinas, the County of Monterey, and all of you as well, which they'll get mentions later. After devising our five-year plan to end homelessness in 2022, our Lead Me Home Leadership Council Board had directed that this summit to be held to bring policymakers and community leaders together to get us on the same page, on the same strategy, and to help us better support and inspire each other to carry on the needed work in our respective counties. We know this is not easy, and we know that we don't have enough champions to address our homelessness crisis, but it is happening. The work that we are accomplishing is because all of you, but we need to recruit more decision makers, more elected officials, and so we want to also encourage you to get more of your colleagues and people that you know involved. And as we all know, if we're honest with ourselves, this work is not easy. It takes a lot of courage, a lot of leadership, and it's not going to be solved overnight. But we recognize that we do need more of us to work together for the short and long term to reduce homelessness in our communities and carry out this needed work in the right way, with compassion, with dignity, and respect for those that we are trying to help. I also wanted to take a moment to recognize some of the elected officials that we have here. I want to recognize from the City of Salinas. He's holding it up for all the City Council and the Mayor. Give it up for Salinas Council Member Tony Barrera over there. We also want to recognize, we have some of our law enforcement officials, Salinas Police Department. Marina, even better. Wow, represent. That's the way to do it, Marina. Thank you. Because we certainly need our law enforcement officials to work with us as well. Our education officials, any school board members, but I know I got the County Office of Education. Let's give it up for them as well. Hoping Deneen Gus will be with us later. And from my colleague, I'll introduce in a bit, but let's give him some love as well. San Benito County Supervisor, Colin Kosmicki as well. And last but not least, she'll be here at 10 o'clock, so in a few minutes. Let's give it up for my colleague, Supervisor Wendy Rudascu, Eric Morris here in the meanwhile. And last but not least, those who serve on the Lead Me Home Leadership Council Board, could you please stand up as well if you're here today? Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Colin, get up. These are some of our folks. We meet almost once every 2 months, try to address homelessness, and we appreciate them volunteering their time to serve with us. To get things started, I want to invite the co-chair of the Lead Me Home Leadership Council and a San Benito County Supervisor, Colin Kosmicki. He has been serving as a county supervisor since 2021, and he represents Aromas, San Juan Bautista, and parts of Hollister, and maybe some other parts of San Benito County that I'm missing. Let's give it up for Colin Kosmicki, everybody.
Yeah, first of all, it's just really wonderful to see so many people in a room together. You know, I can feel the excitement. I can feel the passion in this room. And I'm just really excited for everybody to be involved in a great day of productive dialogue and activities as we embark on continuing to take on this immense challenge that we have in front of us. I also want to give a shout out to all the organizers to this event, Katrina McKenzie, Executive Director of the Coalition, and just want to say it takes a lot of work to put this together, to have all the people here in this room, all the speeches, all the workshops, all the activities. There's just a lot of work that goes into it, so really want to say we appreciate all the organizers, everybody involved, all the agencies that took time to come out here today. It's going to be well worth your while. So good morning to all esteemed guests. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 Lead Me Home Summit on Homelessness. This is our now annual gathering of stakeholders, service providers, people with lived experience. We all have a shared commitment to improve the lives of thousands and thousands of residents in our communities who need our help. And again, just to reiterate, I'm Colin Kosmicki. I'm a supervisor of San Benito County, serve with Supervisor Alejo and many others on the Leadership Council. It is an honor to be involved with this effort. I can tell you that there have been a lot of very productive discussions and initiatives that have gone forward, and we're excited to keep the work going. And I'll just say, you know, we all want to end homelessness. It's an ambitious goal, and we're going to continue working toward that goal. It may seem impossible at times. It may seem sometimes we take some steps back, but we can see it in this room here today that we have a group of people who are ready to take on the challenge, and we may not always agree precisely on how to take it on. We may not agree on how to approach this inherently complicated path to reach this incredibly ambitious goal, but I know I can say without a shred of hesitation that everyone in this room, everyone, I know it, shares a united commitment toward helping these individuals turn their lives around, a commitment toward shattering the seemingly unbreakable cycle of poverty, toward addressing mental health and addiction issues that all too often lead people to a path of hopelessness and ultimately homelessness. And we're all here because we care deeply. We're here because we care deeply about the well-being of others, our neighbors, and we're willing and ready to take on this immense challenge. We're here to collaborate. Last year's inaugural in-person summit was a tremendous success. We had 327 attendees, 28 speakers. There were 3 learning sessions, 8 discussion topics, and the event really did spark an enthusiastic outlook, dialogue on innovative ideas on how to reduce homelessness. This year, we're glad to announce that we've reached our capacity, essentially, of 350 participants with 29 exceptional speakers across 12 different sessions throughout the day. And these speakers include experts from all levels of government, national, state, local, and voices. We're going to hear voices from homeless service providers and a first-time partnership with Office of Education Representation, which we're very excited about. You know, a lot of these issues really do start with the schools, and you know, we can never forget that there are countless children out there who are you know, going through their lives, no choice of their own, facing these challenges with their families, and the schools really are at the heart, they're at the core of dealing with these issues as well. So it's really wonderful to have school representation here this year. And I will say, it goes without saying that the turnout here today does reflect a dedication in our communities to address homelessness in thoughtful ways. And we do need to be thoughtful. This is not going to be easy. We know that. At the same time, we do absolutely need to explore uncomfortable solutions to the crisis. We cannot simply rely on the playbook that hasn't always worked. The numbers do not lie. We all know that we got the numbers this year again, and we're facing a daunting task here. The homelessness crisis is getting worse. We have more homeless individuals in Monterey, San Benito County, and we're ready to take it on. We're all passionate about ending homelessness, but the problem has only worsened across the nation, across the state, our local communities. Like I said, our populations have grown substantially. We must acknowledge that we've moved further away from our goal. That said, we're not always going to agree on every solution. Some of us believe in encampment cleanups. Some of us do not. Some of us believe in ideas like care court. Some of us do not. Some of us believe more housing opportunities will largely solve the issue, and some of us do not. Some of us believe focusing on mental health solutions will largely solve the problem, and some of us do not. The truth is, real progress is likely going to necessitate a wide spectrum of all these approaches. It'll likely necessitate each and every one of us accepting and listening to others' differing viewpoints. It will likely necessitate we all challenge our own deeply rooted beliefs and principles. And while none of us have the perfect answers to this challenge, because if we did, we wouldn't be sitting here today, I can promise you one thing is necessary if we're going to accomplish our ultimate goal. We must do things differently than we have in the past, in many ways than how we are doing things now, because history doesn't lie. As we move through these sessions today, I encourage you to think boldly, to speak bluntly but respectfully, and to ask difficult questions. We're here to make progress, and we can only do that together with open minds about how to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colin, and we want to appreciate his leadership. Our continuum of care, for those that don't know what a continuum of care is, we're a separate entity from the county or from our cities. We do get federal and state funding streams, and we are one of 44 continuums of care in the state of California, despite having 58 different states. But San Benito and Monterey are placed together in this COC, and it's been critical having our partners from San Benito County working also together with us to make sure that we're making progress. And I'm totally in agreement. There's a lot of different approaches. We don't always agree on everything, but we have more collaboration today than we've ever had in each of our respective counties and also between both counties. Before we move on to the next speaker, I wanted to do some housekeeping items. Ms. Katrina McKenzie wanted me to tell all of you to please download our digital agenda. We're saving paper. So on that little thing there on your tables, there's some barcodes. The one I think to your left is the agenda itself. The one is in the center is the community input survey session that we're also asking you to fill out. So while you're here, if you could fill out the community input session, survey, and then also you could download the agenda as well. That would help us to follow what the program is today. We also wanted to check in on the WOVA app as well. I'm not sure what WOVA app is, but those that do, please check in as well. All right, let's see. Next, we were scheduled to have our keynote speaker, Megan Marshall, the Executive Director for the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. She was appointed to her position by Governor Gavin Newsom in March of 2023, and she has over 17 years of experience working in the public sectors of public health, behavioral health, human services, housing, and homelessness, including county government. She unfortunately could not be here today, but she has prepared a video, and we will ask our tech team to play that speech at this time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's truly an honor to join you virtually. My apologies for the 2025 Lead Me Home Summit on homelessness. I want to begin by saying thank you to the organizers, the frontline workers, the advocates, and the local leaders there in Monterey County who are doing the hard work, or if you're a social worker, the heart work every single day. What you're doing matters, and it is making a difference. My name is Megan Marshall. I'm the Executive Officer for the California Interagency Council on Homelessness, and this work is incredibly personal for me. When I was a little girl, my mom and I had an old baby blue station wagon, and if you're not familiar, station wagons don't have a traditional trunk, but a long cargo space with windows all around that give you almost a 360-degree view from the back. All that to say, it was perfect for the drive-in movie theaters, and I'll date myself a little bit more here, but remember seeing the Jetsons movie in 1990 at a drive-in here in Sacramento and thinking how cool I was, all propped up in the back of the station wagon with my blankets, my pillows, my snacks, and having like a recognition of how great my mom was to make simple things like this, like drive-in special. We also went camping along our Sacramento River Parkway in that station wagon. And I went to school so excited to tell my friends that my mom and I got to live in our car and how much fun we were having together. My mom had gone to painstaking lengths to make this time in our lives feel like an adventure. And it wasn't until we were in the welfare office that I realized it was not an adventure. And at 6 years old, I didn't quite understand what the caseworker was saying to my mom, but I knew by her tone it wasn't good. She kept using the word homeless, which really didn't make any sense to me because my mom always told me home was where we were together, and we were always together. So when I think about that one interaction these 32 years later, I still feel the same dominant emotion today that I felt then but didn't have the vocabulary for, and that's rage. My mother was doing everything she could to shield me from that reality and from the fear and instability that come with not having a physical place to call home. In my mother's most desperate time of need, this caseworker made sure to do everything she could to make my amazing mother feel undeserving and ashamed. But that one brief experience left a very permanent mark on me. It shaped who I am and is why I care so deeply about this work. It's why today I have the privilege of serving as the executive officer for the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. And every day I carry that little girl who so badly wanted to tell that mean woman at the welfare office to leave her mommy alone with me in this role. And today, I want to celebrate someone else who brings heart, brilliance, and sheer audacity to this work. Roxanne Wilson, of course, is your Director of Homeless Services. Roxanne doesn't just lead, she leads boldly. She brings people together when systems want to pull them apart. She speaks the truth, even, and I would say especially when it's uncomfortable. And she never lets bureaucracy get in the way of humanity. Roxanne, the entire state sees you as a model of what's possible when leadership is rooted in love, equity, and relentless action. Thank you for your partnership and for serving on Cal ICH's advisory committee. A little bit about Cal ICH. We are not a funder. We are not an overseer. We are a policy driver, a technical assistance partner, and a data powerhouse. We're here to support counties like yours to help make sense of systems, break down silos, and create real sustainable solutions to homelessness. Whether it's helping you refine coordinated entry systems, interpret your system performance data, or connect with peers across the state, we're here to walk beside you. We know local leadership is where change happens, and it's our job. It's the job of the state to make sure you don't have to go it alone. And for the first time ever, the state of California has a plan that doesn't just call on others to act, it holds itself accountable too. Our statewide action plan to prevent and end homelessness includes goals, measurable outcomes and timelines to track our progress, not just for local communities who are implementing programs, but for state government itself. We believe that if we're going to ask others to lead with urgency and transparency, the state must do the same, because accountability starts at the top. I do want to speak plainly for a moment. Not every community is showing up. Some cities in California still treat homelessness like it's someone else's problem. They point to their small numbers and step away from the table. They push people experiencing homelessness into neighboring jurisdictions. They fail to plan, they fail to invest, they fail to lead. But let me be very clear, on behalf of the administration, no one gets to sit this out. This is a statewide crisis, and every single jurisdiction, big or small, city or county, has a role to play. The trauma of homelessness doesn't care about geographical boundaries, and neither should our responses. No jurisdiction should have the ability to derail projects or policy to address this crisis. That's not partnership, that's obstruction. We need shared accountability. We need shared urgency, because when one community opts out, everyone pays the price. So whether you're a large urban center, a rural community, or a beautiful coastline, the responsibility is shared, and so is this opportunity. Yes, this work is hard. Budgets are tight, systems are strained, the needs are overwhelming. But progress is possible, and Monterey County is absolutely proof of that. You are doing the work, you are showing what it means to lead with integrity and urgency, you're trying new things, you're embracing accountability, and most importantly, you're refusing to give up. Truly, communities like yours are the reason this work moves forward. And I'll close with this. The system failed my mother and me. She did everything right. She worked hard, full-time job at that, stayed hopeful, put her child first, and still she was met with shame instead of support. We weren't treated with dignity, we weren't seen, and we weren't helped in the way that we needed. That should never happen to anyone, ever. And I'm here today in this role, in this fight, really, because I want better. Better for every mother holding it all together, better for every child wondering why safety feels so out of reach, and better from a system that should exist to serve and not to punish. So I will not stop pushing, I will not stop demanding, and I will not stop working until every person in California has what my mom and I needed the most: a home, dignity, and a system that doesn't turn its back when it's needed the most. Thank you for being in this fight with me. Thank you for believing that better is possible. And thank you, Monterey County, for showing the rest of the state what it looks like when local leadership refuses to give up. Let's keep going together. Thank you all.
We definitely appreciate her words and her partnership, and I did want to just jump in and give accolades to the one and only Roxanne Wilson as well. Let's give her a round of applause for representing us statewide. Yeah, stand up. All right. This is one of our unsung heroes. You may not see her out in the meetings, but she is working behind the scenes, and almost every crisis, every emergency, Roxanne has a role, and we're really glad to have her leadership within our county. Also joining us is our assistant CAO. Let's give her Debbie Polinelli as well. Get to meet her, Debbie, during break. Our assistant CAO came from Fresno County to Monterey not too long ago, and we love having her leadership as well. I want to next introduce our plenary speaker, Alex Vysotsky, who is a senior California policy fellow for the National Alliance to End Homelessness, who will be speaking on progress, challenges, and the road ahead. Alex's mission is to ground California's response to homelessness in the best practices available. His prior experience includes working in local government, most recently as the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, the lead entity for the Los Angeles Continuum of Care, where he focused on legislative, policy, and community engagement work. So he definitely has insights, experience, and a lot of street cred. Let's give him a big Monterey County welcome as well.
And everyone. It feels like a party with the red cups everywhere, so I hope we can keep that vibe going. First of all, I want to thank all of you so much for having me here in Monterey County and the San Benito County community. It's really a privilege and an honor to share space with all of you. This is a community that's gotten a lot of amazing things done on homelessness in the face of so many challenges, whether it's devastating flooding in 2023, to continuing to get folks housed in one of the toughest housing markets in the country. All of you deserve a round of applause for continuing to find ways to make it happen amid these challenges, so thank you so much. When the coalition and when Roxanne asked me to come speak to you all today, they asked me to speak about the progress we've seen in our field, the challenges we're facing, and the road ahead. I was a little afraid of this charge. I can talk about the progress. I can talk about the wins we've seen over the years. There are many, and my organization, the National Alliance to End Homelessness, meticulously tracks the data and the stories that show the many ways that we are, in fact, making progress on homelessness. I'll talk about some of those because they're really important to keep taking stock of. And yes, I can certainly talk about the challenges. I could probably spend all day talking about the challenges, from the in-the-weeds challenges of funding supportive services in our PSH buildings, to the big picture challenges of how we convince the public that the right way to solve homelessness is not by hiding people from public view, but by getting them into housing. Talking about the road before us, the way forward, how we keep making progress and forging ahead when so much feels so broken. I felt like I suspect many of you feel in this moment at a bit of a loss. Every day feels like a new deluge of headlines, executive orders, and even capitulations from some of those that we entrust to fight for our interests. It's enough to make you want to pull the covers up all the way. At our holiday party at the Alliance back in December, we did a white elephant gift exchange. And I think it was telling that at least 4 people in our office gave weighted blankets. I suspect those blankets have been put to good use. So when it came to thinking about the road ahead, I really sat with this question for a bit, and eventually I came to thinking about how I got into this work. And no, I don't mean what my first job was in the homeless response world, but what called me to this work long before I worked at the National Alliance, or before I worked at the LA Continuum of Care, or the scrappy community-based organizations that I was at when I first got to Los Angeles. I grew up in New York City, part of the Jewish community on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. And like most Jewish families in my community, my folks expected me to get bar mitzvahed, which is a coming-of-age ritual that happens at the age of 13, which really marks when you become a full member of the community. I was a typical adolescent, so I was not exactly philosophical about the ritual of becoming an adult or a full member of my community that could make decisions for myself. Nevertheless, my folks were insistent on one thing. Before I could become bar mitzvahed and go through this ritual, I would have to dedicate several months to weekly community service somewhere in the neighborhood. Being part of a community, they told me, meant showing up for your neighbors and lending a hand when neighbors were in need. And so, not thinking too hard about it, I picked an organization called the Momentum Project, which provided free meals and case management to housing insecure and homeless New Yorkers with HIV and AIDS. Now, this was the 90s, and something to know about New York City in the 90s. This was Rudy Giuliani's New York. Giuliani rose to power in New York City by stoking fear of the other, by spinning dark stories of chaos and disorder. He declared war on the poor, whether it was launching stop and frisk, criminalizing panhandling, or leaning into stereotypes about dependency and welfare. That was the New York we were in. And that narrative permeated into the culture, whether you agreed with it or not. It permeated into the stories we heard adults tell. So when I showed up to serve that first day at the Momentum Project as a 12-year-old, I really didn't know what to expect. Of course, I was immediately welcomed into a community of warm, kind people who, despite their diagnosis, despite their housing insecurity, laughed harder and hugged harder than anyone I had ever met. I met people who, when we were short-staffed, and even sometimes when we weren't, would throw on an apron and a hairnet, grab a ladle, and start serving. People who, despite being clients, wanted to serve, wanted to be helpful, and lend a hand to their community and their neighbors. And I remember being struck that first afternoon I went, before we all sat down and ate dinner together, when everyone in the room gathered in a circle, held hands, and said the words of a prayer that I know will be familiar to some of you in this room. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The serenity prayer, right? I know many of you who have worked in recovery spaces, or if you've been to AA, you've heard it. I don't know if I believe in God, and I don't think it meant too much to me as a 12-year-old, but as I heard that prayer, every week it became etched into my brain. And time again, I find that I come back to it in moments of doubt, moments of fear, moments of not really knowing what my place is in the work. I would hear that prayer every week for the next 6 years as I served at the Momentum Project. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I know there's many mornings when I look at my phone first thing and I see the headlines and it's that first part, right? God, grant me the serenity. And that's when I force myself to think about the progress, the many things that we have gotten done. On the national level, we've seen the evidence that Housing First works. When nationwide, we saw declines in homelessness every year from 2010 to 2016 after HUD incentivized the switch to the model. With our veterans, we've seen what it looks like when housing resources are paired with supportive services and robust levels of care, all of it using a Housing First approach. Nationally, we've seen veteran homelessness fall by 55% since 2010. And here in California, even here in California, we've seen veteran homelessness fall by 45% since 2011. We've seen just in the last couple years, the state of California go from minuscule investments, pretending homelessness wasn't a state issue, to investing billions in one-time funding. And we know that that's not enough, and this is the part where I was supposed to kind of harangue Megan, but she's not here, so I can't do that. We know that's not enough. We know we need ongoing funding. But in the last couple years, we've seen ongoing funding go from just a whisper in the Capitol to something that Republicans and Democrats are talking about openly in both the Senate and Assembly. We've seen folks in the public around the country increasingly begin to understand what all of us in this room, I think, intuitively understand, that homelessness growing and becoming more visible all over the country, that's not a result of more and more people making bad choices and falling down as people. That's a result of something that is bigger, that is wrong in our country. It's a symptom of a housing system that's broken for millions of people and a safety net that doesn't have cracks that people slip through, but big gaping holes. We can't discount the progress of more and more people beginning to understand that this is not an accident, but that this is an outrageous injustice, and people are now advocating for policies to change it. People didn't just suddenly start to get it. People got it because years and years of work to communicate differently, to lift up research, and to lift up people's stories. Those things don't happen without the daily grind of people doing the work. From advocates and policymakers, communications professionals, case managers, outreach workers, developers building supportive housing, people with lived experience telling their stories, all of them waking up every day and doing it. Our progress and the wins we see on homelessness, they're not an accident. They're not some lightning strike from above, but they're the product of thousands of unseen hands, a pitter-patter of raindrop after raindrop that eventually fills up a bucket. And we're gonna need every one of those raindrops, every small act, to keep moving our work forward, because the challenges facing us, they have not gotten any easier, right? They've gotten bigger. Ending homelessness is no longer a matter of lining up the right resources or getting our systems right. It's not a matter of getting an accurate by name list, Those things matter, and progress on those things matters towards getting folks back into housing, but just getting those things right is not going to end homelessness to get us to a place where it's rare. That's because solving homelessness now requires us to think about how housing works in this country in fundamentally new ways. It requires us to make foundational changes to how we do housing. That's a really big problem, but it also means that we're starting to see the problem more clearly than ever before. Folks on the street are compelling us to ask fundamental questions about housing. They're compelling us to ask whether it makes sense to let rental housing be a commodity that can be bought and sold by private equity firms, a commodity that can be used, no, that's all right. Clap for that, yeah. A commodity that can be used to squeeze as much money out of a person, even if that person is an elderly neighbor who has to forego buying groceries to make the rent. Folks on the street, disproportionately black folks, are compelling us to ask whether we're doing enough to challenge a homeownership system where the homeownership rate is 30 points higher for white families than it is for black families, and where the average white family still has 7 times the wealth of the average black family. Folks on the street are compelling us to ask whether it still makes sense to give affluent communities 1,000,001 tools to say no to affordable housing being built in their communities. They're compelling us to ask whether, after a massive fire or a flood destroys people's homes, whether it continues to make sense to let landlords rent gouge people and evict them. Even now, when housing in 2025, when housing is a crushing problem for millions of people across this country, these questions are hard and scary to ask openly. They're hard to ask in the most conservative parts of our country. They're hard to ask in the most progressive parts of our country. When Martin Luther King marched for a proposed fair housing ordinance in 1966, he had bricks thrown at his head and crowds of people screaming the N-word at him, not in Mississippi, not in Alabama, but in Chicago. These questions that we have to ask scare the crap out of people. Make no mistake, this is why people are going after housing first and attacking it on a national level. And yes, that is one of the big challenges we face, and a challenge that threatens to undo a lot of our progress. There's really hard questions around housing first that we need to talk about within our sector. Make no mistake about that. Are we providing the right level of supportive service dollars needed to really make the model work? How are we providing real choice and pathways to sober environments for folks who want that? What are the long-term implications for our supportive housing buildings? But the folks that are attacking housing first at the national level, they don't care about those questions. They don't care that housing first is actually a model that means less bureaucracy, less red tape, faster pathways out of homelessness. They're challenging housing first and trying to make housing first the center of the conversation, because if we can blame housing first for homelessness, then we don't have to ask those bigger questions. If we can blame housing first for homelessness, we don't have to spend time challenging a housing model that plays a pivotal role, if not the most pivotal role, in reinforcing and hardening the existing class and racial hierarchy in this country. No, you can clap. It's the same with some of these criminalization proposals and these stories we hear about how people don't want help. They're just trying to move the ball. They're just trying to distract us from the hard questions and the work we need to do to fix our broken safety net, fix our housing systems, and fix homelessness. Maybe you heard about the latest one just up the road in San Jose. It feels like this is like the worst Jay Leno bit. Have you heard about the latest criminalization proposal? It occurs to me that a bunch of people in this room probably don't know who Jay Leno is, and that makes me feel old. The mayor in San Jose is proposing that if you don't accept a shelter bed after 3 offers, you can be arrested. Never mind that there are only 2,900 shelter beds in San Jose, 95% of which are filled every night, and another 5,500 people that are still unsheltered. How does that math work? I'm glad this is not I'm glad this hasn't been proposed where I live in Los Angeles, because I do not know how I'd explain that proposal to my neighbors. Just around the corner from me, there is a woman named Marisol who is living outside. She's 65 years old. She fled an abusive relationship long ago before becoming homeless. I'm supposed to tell her that the real answer for her is that she needs to accept shelter regardless of what that shelter looks like and who else might be there. Marisol sticks around our block because her 92-year-old mother lives nearby and she wants to be close. Her mother is suffering from dementia and dying. I'm supposed to tell her that the real answer is that she needs to accept shelter regardless of where it is and how far it is from her mom, or face arrest. I'm supposed to tell her that the real answer is that we just aren't punishing her hard enough. I know all of you who work in this field know people with stories like that. We should also be clear that by refusing to look our housing crisis in the eye, refusing to ask our hard questions about our housing system, we're not just harming folks experiencing homelessness, we're degrading society for everyone else around us. I don't know if folks have heard of the curb cut effect. This is an idea that was put forward by Angela Glover Blackwell, who's one of the great policy advocates of our time. She talks about how when people with disabilities fought for something simple, curb cuts on the street corners so folks with wheelchairs could get down to the street and up onto the sidewalk more easily, it actually made life better for a whole lot of other people. Suddenly, parents pushing strollers could cross the street with ease. Delivery people pushing heavy carts could get up onto the sidewalk. In other words, when you make life easier for the least among us, the most marginalized among us, there's a whole lot of ways it makes life easier for everyone else. We know this to be true about affordable housing from years and years of research as well. I think the opposite can be true too, though. That when we make life harder for the least among us, it makes life worse for everyone. Nowhere is this more true than the ways we're making our society more hostile to folks experiencing homelessness. When we shut down the public bathroom in our neighborhood park because we're afraid someone experiencing homelessness might use it, suddenly I have nowhere to take my kid to relieve themselves. When we take away the bench in the shade by the bus stop because we're afraid someone experiencing homelessness might sit there, suddenly our older neighbor who's headed to a doctor's appointment has nowhere to sit while they wait for the bus. Because we refuse to look our housing crisis in the eye, we are making our communities worse for everyone around us. The moment we're in at the federal level. We have an administration whose entire modus operandi is reinforcing and hardening racial and class hierarchy in this country while trying to erase any discussion that this hierarchy even exists. They're erasing any discussion, whether that means erasing books from the shelves, erasing people from public view, whether those are folks from our streets being pushed out of sight into incarceration, or erasing immigrants that came here fleeing the violence and poverty that our foreign policy has fueled in places like Central America, or just flat out banning people's gender identities. The challenges are big and they're frightening, and sometimes the challenges are enough to make anyone, even the most hardcore activists among us, to want to turn to an action. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, the wisdom to know the difference. That second part, to accept the things I cannot change. When I was younger, I used to think accept the things I cannot change was an excuse, that it was something I could lean on and use to forgive myself my own inaction. And as I've done this work over the last few years, I've lost more battles than I've won, and I've come to realize that's not what it means. As tempting as it might be to pull that weighted blanket of inaction over ourselves because the challenges are too great to feel like there's any hope that our small part in this can make a difference. Václav Havel, who was a playwright and dissident and spent years agitating for freedom in then authoritarian Czechoslovakia, touched on this. He said, "Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but it's the certainty that something is worth doing regardless of how it turns out." And that's what I've realized about that piece on accept the things I cannot change. It doesn't mean we stop doing what we need to do when the challenges are great. It means accepting that we might not always get the result we want. It means we forgive ourselves when we don't get the result we want, because we must forgive ourselves if we aren't going to abandon our work. There's so much outside of our control, and we can't always control the outcome, but we do the work knowing that at the end of the day, we control what we can. And with all those things outside our control, even if our action didn't get us the result, our inaction most certainly will not get us there. So what's the road ahead? This is the part where I tell you that it's all going to be okay. I don't know exactly how this story is going to go, how choppy the waters will get in the next couple years, but I know that we need to keep telling the truth. I know we need to keep telling the truth, that if we pretend like slavery didn't happen, if we pretend like we didn't put immigrant families in internment camps in the 40s, if we pretend like there isn't a war on our immigrant neighbors now, if we pretend like there isn't a war on our LGBTQ family and friends, then we are doing their work for them. We're making it easier for them to strip away our voices, and that will then make it easier for them to come and cut our funding for homelessness and housing. Make no mistake, these things are not disconnected. There's a reason the Serenity Prayer isn't the convenience to change what's easy, but instead the words are the courage to change the things I can. The courage. The prayer is telling us that when we have courage, when we speak up and use our voice, we can change a whole lot more than we thought possible. The road ahead is remembering that every day you do this work, you are bringing the end of homelessness closer and making the end of homelessness more possible. You're proving with every drop of water that you put in the bucket that it can be done, just as thousands and thousands of people working on HUD-VASH programs all did their little piece of showing how we could drive down veteran homelessness faster than anyone thought possible. And we should be aware that even as the road ahead seems rocky, our actions and the things we do have a way of rippling a lot farther than we thought possible. I opened this speech by talking a little bit about the Momentum Project, where I showed up to serve as a 12-year-old and where my years of service called me back into this work a few years later. When I started showing up at Momentum in the basement of a church on 73rd Street, there was a young man named Ricky who was a client. Ricky was only a couple years older than I was. He was soft-spoken and shy, but he would always come over and check on me. He would always say hi, ask what was going on in my life, or bring up the latest thing happening to our New York Knicks. And this is before the Knicks were terrible for 20 years straight, and talking about them was really depressing. Ricky was showing me a small kindness, making me feel welcome and included every week. During the harder weeks, when school would get crazy or I didn't feel the motivation to do one more thing after school, it was Ricky's small kindnesses that kept me coming, and kept me coming long enough that I realized this work was my path. When I'm having trouble motivating now, I sometimes think about my friend Zoe, a formerly homeless, disabled woman who lives in Los Angeles and is one of our fiercest advocates in the state. When Zoe was giving testimony to a state legislative committee in Sacramento a couple years ago, I was sitting in the audience. She talked about being homeless with her daughter and how keeping her daughter on track in school, keeping her going to her extracurricular Japanese lessons, that was her North Star. She might have lost everything, but she was not going to allow it to derail her daughter. As a parent now, I think about the immense strength and fortitude that must have taken for Zoe. I think about the immense fortitude and strength that must have taken for Megan's mother. And I'm reminded that the people who have survived homelessness are the opposite of deficient, but are in fact the strongest people we have in our communities. If she could keep going for her daughter, I can keep going and fighting on in my work for the thousands of Zoes that are finding the courage to change the things I can. I share Ricky's story, I share Zoe's story, because I find that in our work, in the daily kindnesses we show each other, in the occasional moments of courage in telling our stories, in taking that extra step, that extra moment to acknowledge each other's humanity, I promise you that we are having impacts that we might not always see, we might not always understand, but which are rippling out and are having a greater impact than we can possibly imagine. That with each kindness, each acknowledgement of each other's humanity, acknowledgement of each other's pain and frailty, but also each other's humor, aspirations, and dignity. We are building something together. We're building the base and the foundation for future leaders to stand on, and though it may feel like the floodwaters are rising, those kindnesses, small as they may be, might be a lifeboat for somebody. Accepting the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, the wisdom to know the difference. The wisdom to know the difference. The road ahead is going to require us to be bold and tell the truth about what we see every day, the wreckage of decades of failed policy choices. But there are some days where our simple kindnesses to one another and to those folks we serve and those folks we work alongside, there are some days when those kindnesses will be enough that day. The road ahead is going to require that we draw strength from one another. So if I can borrow a page from Supervisor Alejo's book, I want you to take a moment, look at the person that's to your left. I want you to take another moment and look at the person that's to your right. Those couple folks you just saw, those are people that get out of bed every day and do the work to end homelessness. Whether it's hard, whether it's easy, whether they're feeling weary and sick, those are people that find a way to keep going and pushing forward, because just like you do, they believe that everyone deserves to have a safe and affordable home of their own. I want you to take a moment and say to those people that are next to you, I've got your back. Seriously, say it to each other. Good. You're in a room. You're in a room of not one or two of those people, but over 300 of those people, all of whom live right here in this community. 300 of those people right here in this community. You're in a room of 300 plus people that when it comes to the hard work we do, have got your back. That's how I know that we can end homelessness in Monterey County, in San Benito County. We can fill up rooms like this up and down California. We can fill up rooms like this all across this country. That's how I know that we can end homelessness in California, and that's how I know we can end homelessness in this country, because we have a movement of folks that believe, just like you and I do, that everyone deserves a home. We have a movement of folks that are willing to fight like hell every day to make it happen. So when you're feeling alone, or you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe, or when you're running into a barrier or one of your programs, or you're watching our leaders do the wrong thing, I want you to remember this room of people. I want you to remember that there's a movement of people that are fighting like hell to end homelessness, and they all have your back. Thank you. Have a good summit.
Alex, we appreciate you coming all the way from Los Angeles. We hold these summits because we want to hear from experts in this area. We want to hear what's working, what are the challenges, what are other communities doing. I know we have some time, so I wanted to ask Alex if he's willing to, does anybody have any questions for him? Because I know we don't get him too often up here. And then maybe if you could just do a little Q&A. Yes, please.
Of course, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
Other questions and comments? Yes, please. And then we'll repeat it so that it gets it's heard on YouTube.
Just want to say thank
Oh,
you
you got a mic. Great.
for the information. One of the things that I always try to advocate for whenever I'm in these spaces is learning about any gaps within the farm worker community. So I would love to know, just for context, My both of my parents were farm workers. My grandparents, both on my mom's side and on my dad's side, came here as through the Bracero program. So the farm worker community is something that is near and dear to my heart. I would love to learn, do you have any current data that showcases specifically the inequities within the farm workers and housing disparities within this population?
Not off the top of my head, I don't, but I'm happy to follow up. But I think you get to something really important, right? Which is that we need to keep growing the tent. We need to keep growing the movement of folks, and working with folks like, UFW is going to be really important in making sure that we're seeing the progress we want to see. I think around the state, we're starting to have these conversations about how do we work with groups like labor, how do we work with groups that, can help bring more power to our movement. And I think, those alliances with farm worker groups like UFW is going to be really important moving forward.
Other questions? Comments? This is your chance.
I'm hanging around for the next couple hours too, so you can come.
Seeing none, all right, we want to say thank you very
All right,
much. Appreciate it. All right, thank you. And just to your question, certainly a lot of a need there, and I think when we get together with our state legislators, we need to talk about additional state monies. There's the bonds, they talk about affordable housing, but when it comes to specific housing for our workforce and for farm worker families, that's certainly a tremendous need. But at least on the employer side here in Monterey County, we have 10 projects now that are fully paid by employers, 100% paid by employers. They call that employer-sponsored housing. We have 10 projects. That's over 4,000 beds to house agricultural workers. Yes, most of those are for H-2A guest workers. 2 of those, though, are for also domestic farm workers, Tanamura and Antle, and I think Bengard. Their project that is being built now will be for domestic farm workers as well. But that's individual workers. We need housing for the entire families as well, which we know that need is great. So thank you for asking that question. And talking about your grandfather was Bracero, we have a beautiful ceremony taking place tomorrow in Chular to recognize our farm worker history, the history of the Bracero workers who came here to the Salinas Valley and the United States between 1942 to 1964, and we have a mural dedication. So that is 4:30 to 6:30 tomorrow in Chular. So please join us to pay tribute to your grandfather as well. Before we move on to the next one, we ended a little early here, but I want to recognize another champion from our neighboring county, and we're talking about meeting new people that you don't know. You got to meet San Benito here. We got to show some love. But one of those leaders in San Benito County, let's give for Enrique Ariola. Stand up, brother. So you got to meet this guy during break. He's doing a lot of great work there in San Benito County, and he's been a great partner in all my 9 years as a county supervisor. So thank you as well. So we're going to have some extra time, but I want to tell people where the workshops are going to be for this next learning session. So there's a workshop on local solutions, local governments that are tackling homelessness. That's going to be in Gallery Room 1, which is right through those doors here. Innovative district programs serving homeless families, I believe that is. That's going to be in Gallery 2, which is through those doors, but there's this back room this way. Unlocking CalAIM pathways to transforming homeless healthcare. That's in the Vista room. That's this smaller room here to my left. And how we make housing first a success is going to be here in the Salinas room. I want to remind people the bathrooms are right across the lobby this way. And also a reminder to please fill out your community input session survey as well. We would appreciate that very much. Katrina McKenzie, anything you also want to say here before we let people go? We're like half an hour early. All right, let's take a break, everybody, and please meet other people in the meantime, and please attend your workshops.
This, not like this. Don't do that. I'm talking to you. We get ready. Some people put it on their chin. You just rest it on your chin. You can
need to adjust this a little bit. If you can't hear me, let me know. But I usually have a pretty loud voice, so it's not usually a problem. Well, thank you all for joining us. Really appreciate your time today. We're going to get started just a couple of minutes early since we ended a few minutes early. Good to see everyone. So I will introduce myself. I'll also have my colleague Giselle introduce herself. But just to make sure you're in the right room, this is the panel on how we make Housing First a success. And I'm just going to spoil it a little bit here. We really want to hear from you all as part of this presentation. So we're going to talk some amount, but really we want to engage with the audience here and you all, because you are the people doing this work on the ground, and we think it is really important to hear the experiences, your work happening, what's working, what's challenging, right? So as we're talking, please be thinking about sort of your experiences and how they relate to sort of what we're talking about on Housing First at a state level. So really good to see you all. My name's Cody Ziegler. I'm the Director of Statewide Policy at the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. CalICH, as we call it, is the state's coordinating body on homelessness, and our mission is to act as a statewide facilitator, coordinator, and leader for policy development on preventing and ending homelessness at the state. So today we're here to talk about one of the most important tools that we have in the work to prevent and end homelessness, which is Housing First. And one of the things I really wanted to highlight from Alex's conversation earlier was this idea that it's not necessarily a question, right, of, we're sort of beyond the question of does Housing First work? We know that there is a lot of evidence as to the success of Housing First. The real question that we want to talk about is how do we make it a success, right? How do we have the resources, the support, all the elements coming together in order to successfully implement Housing First? And that's sort of how we think about this conversation. So really appreciate that you all are here today and excited to get your input on that. Before we begin, I just have a quick, oh, look at that, here we are. I have a quick exercise. I like to know who's in the room. So for those of you in the room, would love for you to raise your hands for any of these that apply to you. We're trying to figure out, what types of organizations are represented here. So if you work in direct services or nonprofits, will you raise your hands? Oh, amazing. That's so many. How about local government? Overlap, great. State or federal government? Fewer. Giselle, thank you for raising your hand. Any housing development folks? Okay, and then advocacy or philanthropy. Great. Love it. Okay, well, really good to know. Oh, and other, sorry, I totally forgot other. Yeah, proud other, thank you. Yeah, so really appreciate you all being here. And it's good to know sort of a lot of the folks in this room are in that direct services nonprofit space. And so what that tells me is that you all should be up here and we should be listening to you all talk about how to do Housing First. So that's sort of how we're hoping to make this session work a little bit today as well. So as far as an agenda goes, we'll introduce ourselves, as I said. Giselle and I will talk a little bit about who CalICH is and what our role is in implementing the state's Housing First law. And then really we're going to open most of the time up to discussion. We have a few different discussion questions focused on how the state can be a good partner in implementing Housing First and sort of what resources you all see as key to implementing Housing First successfully. And then we can have questions throughout. This is a pretty good sized room, so if people have questions, feel free just to raise your hand. You can interrupt us, you can ask questions, it's all good. So with that, I will get started. So as I said, I'm Cody Ziegler, the Director of Statewide Policy at CalICH. Here we have Giselle Sanchez, who is our statewide homelessness policy specialist. She'll introduce herself in a little bit when she starts talking, but that's who you have today. So I will just talk really briefly about the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. For those of you who don't know, we are a council of state leaders. So this includes 19 secretaries or directors of state departments or agencies. So the leadership of state departments and agencies that have programs or funding related to housing and homelessness. So you can see on this slide the members of our council right, include folks from Health and Human Services, Department of Social Services, Rehabilitation, right, the health side as well as the housing side, Housing and Community Development, and Tax Credit Allocation Committee, et cetera. Then there's other folks that don't fall into those two categories, right, like CalVet is really important for the veteran homelessness work, along with others, California Department of, or Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs. So we try to bring all of these leaders together, not to say, here is what you have to be doing within your individual programs, but to say, okay, you all run these programs and you have this funding. We want to make sure that we are moving in a really clear direction towards clear goals that are going to help us prevent and end homelessness. So CalICH acts as sort of the state's coordinating body, working with all of those different departments and agencies in order to ensure that we're using best practices, evidence-based practices, putting out guidance, right, on how to prevent and end homelessness. In addition to the work of the council, we have a staff that also engage with local leaders and local communities in lifting up best practices that are happening across the state and trying to share them around to other communities. We have work with tribal communities. We have work on our HDIS database, which some of you may know about, which takes local HMIS data and lifts it up and it creates a state level picture of homelessness services access. So our team does a lot of different work, but the council itself is sort of one of the main coordinating bodies at the state level around homelessness. And we'll talk a little bit about what our role is related to Housing First in a minute. So I think that's all I have to say about the council. So what we're gonna do now is just talk a little bit about the state's Housing First law. Some of you may know that Housing First is the law in California. So Giselle's gonna talk a little bit about what that looks like and what our role is in implementing it and sort of monitoring the implementation. And then, as I said, we'll get to some discussion questions. So thank you very much. Giselle, come on up.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Giselle. I am the statewide policy specialist at CalICH. Part of my role is overseeing the implementation of Housing First. All right. Okay, so to start, Housing First is an evidence-based strategy for addressing homelessness where housing is the foundation of health, recovery, and overall well-being. To most people are familiar with the concept of Housing First. Historically, it became as a means to lower barriers for people who were unable to access housing, such as those with disabilities or chronic health issues, people experiencing chronic homelessness, or people who, just to allow them some stability before they could address their other goals. It is also different from other strategies that required people to be sober before entering housing or while in housing, which could prolong homelessness. Housing First also included person-centered services, so there is the ability to choose services that meet participants' needs. And Housing First also includes preventing returns to homelessness whenever possible by not removing people for using drugs or alcohol, and connecting people to appropriate services when needed. Housing First is not housing only. Although participants are not required to accept services that are offered to them, providers should be continuing to engage participants to understand their needs, their goals, what type of services they would like, and offer those services. To reach a vision of Housing First, we must include these principles, allowing participant choice and autonomy. This includes ensuring participants are at the center of housing, their service plan, and their engagement. Lowering barriers to housing, such as not turning people away for their eviction history, their criminal history, poor credit, use of drugs or alcohol, and that there are no conditions to participate in services to maintain housing. Matching participant needs with voluntary services. Voluntary services mean that participants have the choice to participate or not. While participation in services is voluntary, it is not voluntary for providers to offer services or to engage clients. And keeping people housed. People do not lose housing for not engaging in services, making evictions rare, and allowing providers to prevent exits to homelessness whenever possible. I'm sorry, I'm going to take questions at the end. Thank you. So just to go over our role in Housing First, and as in 2016, SB 1380 established a definition of Housing First and its core components for the state. It also created and required the council to oversee the implementation of the Housing First statute. And in our work to oversee Housing First, we enforce that the 11 core components of Housing First are adopted by state programs addressing and preventing homelessness. In our collaboration with state partners, we assess if our state departments have adopted the core components of Housing First into their program guidelines. We provide them with resources, recommendations, and guidance for challenges they may face in implementing the statute. We also are expanding our focus on the community level, creating resources to help partners on the front lines be successful with Housing First, and uplifting trauma-informed and culturally appropriate practices. So as I mentioned, California has 11 core components established in statute. These will be summarized in the next slides, but these are here for you all for your reference. I believe these slides will be sent out or available to everybody. And then this is a cheat sheet of the core components. It includes a summary of each of these, as well as the context around why these are included in the statute and why are they important to implement. I want to note that these components include a lot of what we know as best practices. Just go through these quickly. 1, there are no requirements for sobriety, treatment, service participation to be selected for a program. This is to ensure that people are not being excluded for housing or services, especially for historically marginalized groups or those who are most vulnerable. 2, there are no rejections for financial or rental history, some criminal convictions, or lack of housing readiness. This allows the program to be an opportunity for people to become stable and build credit, income, reduce recidivism, and address health concerns. 3, accept referrals from all parts of the homelessness response system utilized by vulnerable people experiencing homelessness. Essentially, anybody seeking services should be able to be connected to services through the pathways that they have access to. 4, service plans are participant-driven, and supportive services emphasize engagement and problem-solving. This is person-centered approaches, such as having participants identify the services that they need. This allows for more successful participation in those services. 5, there are no requirements to participate in services to receive or retain housing. Although services are voluntary, services should still be offered, and participants should be engaged to receive services that meet their needs. People are more likely to be successful when they have autonomy in their participation. 6, participants provide a lease in permanent housing. This is not required for participants in temporary settings. This ensures that those in permanent housing have the same protections as everybody in traditional housing, especially in the eviction process. 7, no eviction solely for drug or alcohol use with other lease violations. This recognizes that substance use can be a part of recovery and should be addressed with harm reduction practices. 8, use a coordinated entry system or prioritization process based on vulnerability criteria. This ensures that the most vulnerable are prioritized for housing, but it could also be used to assess if overrepresented populations are being equitably served. 9, providers are trained in and use evidence-based practices. Voluntary participation relies on engagement with participants to choose services that are right for them. This includes building trust with evidence-based practices like motivational interviewing and client-centered counseling. 10, services use harm reduction philosophy to engage with participants. People should be engaged without judgment and with harm reduction practices that allow them to choose how to address their substance use. Methods like sobriety can be offered, but it cannot be required. And 11, physical changes in units accommodate disabilities and promote health. This ensures that all people, including those with disabilities, can have their needs met in an appropriate setting. Along with monitoring, the other role we play is to develop and share guidance and resources on successful Housing First implementation. Last year, we published public guidance, including a guide to California's Housing First law. We also held a training in partnership with CalVet, HCD, and USICH. Currently, we are developing and hope to release guidance around how to ensure recovery housing programs are aligned with Housing First requirements. From our monitoring and training session, we gathered information on the challenges of our state and local partners that they experience in implementing Housing First, and the support that they would like to have from CalICH. We hope to continue developing guidance to cover these topics and more, as well as work with our partners to understand their needs for guidance and distribute any materials to external partners. CalICH also wants to emphasize that Housing First is a system approach, where not only Housing First is applied to permanent housing settings, as it is usually thought of, but that all housing settings implement these to the greatest extent possible, including shelters, temporary settings, and services. These settings should strive for a no wrong door approach, where anybody seeking assistance can enter into the system and be navigated to the services that are appropriate for that person. And CalICH looks for ways to improve and update our guidance and policies to support state and local partners. So we welcome your feedback so that we can identify how to understand those current challenges and take action to address them through clarifying policies or providing other forms of assistance. All right, I'm gonna give it back to you, Cody.
Great, thank you, Giselle. So before we move to discussion, because we do have some discussion questions for you all, specifically around sort of, and you all in this room really are doing direct service provision, you're working at nonprofits, right? You know what it looks like to actually be implementing the Housing First approach on the ground. So we're really interested in hearing from you on sort of what you think the keys to successful Housing First implementation are, what challenges you face, what other resources the state could be helping provide, right, in order to provide that direction or support to you all. Before we get into that, I do think that there were questions on some of the slides from before. So do we have oh yeah, amazing. We have a mic, great. So do folks have questions on anything that we just talked about before we sort of jump into discussion?
I have a question about the participating in services,
Yeah.
the voluntary, not voluntary. In the early iterations of Housing First, they talked about somebody engaging with case manager, housing navigator, somebody as the starting point. And then we do everything possible to remove every barrier, every obstacle. We're not worried about employment, sobriety, any of these things. And I guess somewhere along the way, the engaging with a case manager, maybe it went without saying, and now it's not said. One of your slides talks about voluntary involvement. If a shelter is at capacity, and there's somebody that's been in there, and they won't come to a single meeting, no matter how much a case manager or housing navigator seeks them out, because we're only there to help. I mean, there would be no other reason to show up at work except because you want to help. And they simply refuse to participate. Why would we not honestly address the fact that that's not about Housing First? That space that person's occupying could be occupied by somebody who would give their left leg to be able to get case management, to have obstacles removed. When I look at this, providers engage participants to understand needs and goals. There's the word engage. While participation in services is voluntary, it's not voluntary for providers to offer services. I don't understand what a nonprofit is supposed to do if somebody refuses to engage. Things are voluntary. They don't have to get sober. They don't have to attend anger management. But when was engaging voluntary? And we all know it takes time. These are people that have been often treated so badly, they have no expectation of service delivery, delivering. It takes time to build trust and relationships. So I'm not talking about a 24-hour decision or a month decision. But when somebody has been in shelter for months and will not engage, are they even involved in Housing First at that point?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. And I want to lift up a couple of the things that you said, because I feel like there's a few ways to think about this, right? I think one is you were talking about the discussion of like participants are not required to participate in services, right? And I think one of the ways that I think we think about that is, and I think this was on the context slide that Giselle presented, is around not requiring that as a condition of entering a housing environment. Like you said, right, it often takes a lot of time and trust building and all of that work that you all do to really get people comfortable to engage. I think the second thing to lift up is a real question about resources, right, that you're bringing up, which is we are operating, right, like this is an ideal state in which, you know, Housing First can work extremely well if we have all the resources we need, right? If all of us had the resources we needed, we wouldn't have to make a decision about one person taking up a bed that another person could take up, right? And so I think a question is, how appropriate are the services that we are offering to someone? Would they be better served in a different environment? Do we have those other environments, right? Is that even an option? And I don't pretend to know, like, how do you, as you're providing services, make those prioritization decisions? I hear that it's, I'm sure, extremely frustrating every day to see that there are like more people in need than beds available. And I hope that this doesn't feel like a bad answer, but I would actually be interested in the group, because I'm sure, can I see a raise of hands? Do other people experience this sort of issue? Have folks thought about, like, how have you engaged with this, right? Sorry, for those online or wherever we are, a lot of people are raising their hands out here. So I would love to hear sort of how other people are approaching these problems or these challenges, because we know this is an ongoing challenge, right? There's a more need than services available oftentimes. And so have folks had experiences where they have had trouble engaging folks in services? They're trying to do housing navigation. They're trying to sort of move people through the system. And have you had experiences where you've seen certain strategies work well, or have you made decisions about how to handle those situations? I would be interested in hearing from the group to understand. Oh, we have a hand over here. Sorry, there's only one mic runner here. We appreciate all the steps you're getting in today.
I'm a little nervous, so it's okay. I'm Danielle. I'm from the Epicenter. I'm the youth navigator. I do agree. I don't remember your name, the one that asked the question, but I do agree with that. I feel like my team sees a lot of that, and we advocate for our youth, so it's from ages from 18 to 24. And I feel like the barrier is also finding the youth and also going out the encampments. And it's like we either like bypass, like we don't see them or they don't see us when we're out there. But we have come across where it's like we've had clients and we have a wellness plan where they have certain goals and certain things they may want to reach that could be a barrier, but we have the like resources to not be a barrier for those things to get where they need. Like, for example, transportation, or if it comes from vital documents, you're needing ID because you have to apply for a job. And I understand from lived experience being homeless and just being a young mother, I know how it is, like, when like you kind of like chase and pull, if that makes sense. Like you still want to live your life because you're so young, but it's also like I'm going through certain things, so it's like I can't live my life, so that has to be on pause. But you see other people living their life when it's like, why can't I be like that, type thing. So I understand from that, but it does get hard for us at times because we feel like it's our responsibility. So it's like what I always say, it's like I can give you the steps, but I can't walk with you on the graduation line. Like that's something you have to do on your own. So it makes us feel like guilty because it's like, well, what can we do? And it's like, if you're not engaging and you're not advocating as well for yourself, then you're not putting in the steps, and what really can we do? and how they said, like, if there's someone else that's willing to, like, die for a place like that, especially in a shelter, just to sleep for one night or just to take a shower, just to relax, like, just to be like, okay, like, I'm okay. So I feel like that is a big barrier when it is voluntarily, and it's like, what can we do? It's like, if we gave the steps and we done everything we need to do as our part as a youth navigator or coordinator, then what really can we do to help you if you don't want to do it yourself? Like, we can't force you. And I think more it's like how to have that conversation with them, because I'm someone that's just so blunt and straight up. So I have to, like, kind of check myself, like, a certain way, like, this is how you can say it, or like trying to in a respectful manner, but also, like, you have to do what you have to do if you want to be here, if you want to be housed, if you want to have a job, like, everything that you're saying that you want to do in life, because we all have that, like, engaging, we want this, we want that, but you have to put in the work in order to want those things, you know? So I feel like that's where it's like a tug and pull, but I feel like that's one, like, big barrier when it comes to successful housing first. It's like, are you willing to put in the work? Because it's going to be worth it at the end. Like, you may feel, like, down, you may feel, I'm depressed, like, I don't want to do it, it's not worth it, like, is my life going to change, is it going to get better, like, everyone else is succeeding but I'm not succeeding. But it's like, that will all be worth it if you just put it in a positive manner, because the way you think is how you reflect for how, like, your life is going to be. So it's like, you have to be around a good support system, and it's hard because there's a lot of people that can't accept that. If you come from a background, like, I come from a background where it's just, like, neglect, it's blindness, it's not love or nothing like that, like, and so when I see that, and it's hard for me to accept it, because it's like what is this? Like, is it a bad thing? Is it a good thing? Like a trauma response where I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry, you know? And it's like, why are you sorry? Like, you deserve it. So it also has to do with, like, a lot that too, or not. Also, they feel like they don't deserve it. I feel like we come from with a lot of clients, like, and they say, oh, I don't deserve it, I think someone else needs it. But it's like, no, you deserve it as well. Like, just because you may have a village compared to someone else that may have a village, you're still experiencing homelessness, regardless if it's couch surfing, regardless if you're staying actually in the streets, or if you're staying in your car, you're still experiencing some type of homeless, and this is the resources to give that to you. Like, we're here to provide that, so don't feel like you're not worthy of it. And I know how that feels, because I still don't feel worthy. I don't feel worthy being right here in the position I am. So I feel like that's, like, a really big barrier. That's, like, the really big issue. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, really. Yeah. And I just, again, sort of lifting up one of the things that I heard there, right, is that there are so many reasons, right, that someone might not participate, or someone might not feel like they should participate or that they deserve to participate. And I think something that I've learned from one of our partners, Gary Tia from Bax, who some of you may know, who we've worked with closely in the past, is he was saying, you know, housing first is an approach, but it's also like an active choice, right? Every day you have to be choosing to use a housing first approach with someone, especially when they are, you know, potentially not engaging in the services that you're trying to offer, or they're not moving, they're not going with the plan that you had put together, right? It's an active sort of effort and choice that you have to be making in order to be serving all of the people experiencing homelessness, because they all have, right, different needs and a different approach to how they're going to accept or be part of services and when that's going to happen. Yeah, I see your hand again. Anyone else had hands before? Oh, here, yeah.
Hi. So I hear a common theme that we also experience is the lack of engagement. We believe that self-sufficiency and increased income is the way to a successful long-term housing. But when we place somebody in a house or in a unit, and we've got subsidized rental assistance for them, and they refuse to engage, even though our social workers are working, making those connections, like, you know, connecting them to job searching, connecting them to behavioral health services, but they refuse. It just becomes us doing more, wanting this more for them than they want for themselves. And at the end of the rental term, we're left with, okay, now what happens? Because you've had this time to engage, you've refused, but now you want me to fix it for you. So I think making the services voluntary, I think there should be some type of requirement that you need to engage, you need to do, I mean, I understand that there's barriers, and I understand that, you know, housing was one, so now we've given them that safety of having someplace to go. But at the same time, it can't stop there. That's not enough. There's still more work needs to be done on their part and our part. And if they're not going to do their part, they're going to end up right back where they were. And I think that's a disservice to them. And I know that it really makes us feel like we've failed because we've done everything that we could think to do, and they're back on the streets. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed.
We use the mic so that people can hear you on. Thank you.
It's like there needs to be a forced accountability on the client, if that's something we can do. But I feel if there is a way that we can enforce that the client is taking accountability and doing all the things, it will work, but that accountability is not received from the client, it's not demonstrated, and so that's a lot of the barrier issues. It's kind of like, well, this program's going to run out, so I'm just going to wait for the next one to pick me up and take over. And it's kind of like, well, at what point do we stop saying, yes, these programs are available, and just kind of pass them off to the next one without really giving them the accountability and them taking the tools to do the work to achieve the greater good at the end. But I think that's kind of where that little barrier is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I see some responses over here too.
I think this young lady over here touched on it, right? That ultimately, right, for folks to be able to take that step to determine what they want in their life and take those steps towards accomplishing it, right, it has to be their choice, right? And we can't force somebody to make a choice towards self-improvement. We can't force somebody to make a choice towards getting the help they need. If we want that choice to actually stick, right? I think what the research, what the data tells us is that when you require somebody to make the choice, it's not really their choice, right? If it's staying in housing is conditioned on that. And most of the time, what the research and data tell us is that when they enroll in services, because it's not a choice, it doesn't really stick, right? That long term, they're not going to continue to engage in services because it wasn't really something they wanted to do and were ready to do. So I hear and sympathize with just the pain of seeing somebody not making the choice that you know is going to be the right choice for them, but you know, and I'm coming at it from a research and data perspective, which is not, you know, up in the ivory tower and not on the ground with y'all, but that is what we've learned, I think, that works best, as painful as it may be to see folks that are not making that choice. And I think for those of you guys as case managers, it's like, you know, this is not you all failing, right? This is ultimately a failure that folks ended up here to begin with, and it's a failure. I think somebody mentioned that, you know, why is it that we have to hold a bed for somebody who doesn't want the services when there's somebody out there that does want the services, right? That's not a failure. That's a failure that we don't have enough beds, right? That's a failure that we don't have enough housing for everybody. That's not a failure of the case manager not being able to get somebody to accept services. And so I wanted to also mention that frame too.
Yeah.
Can I ask this line? They gave me another mic. I understand the motivational stuff. I worked in domestic violence for years. You know, people reach out maybe 7 or 8 times before they make the leap. I'm asking about the law. Housing First is the law in California. There are shelters in Monterey County that have people who have been in a shelter bed in excess of 18 months. I respect everybody who's doing this work client-facing. I respect the clients. They have their reasons, and they are justified, possibly rooted in trauma, but very, very real. But 18 months in a shelter bed, you didn't meet with a case manager. If I say, here's a letter, in 30 days, you won't have a bed here, here are the names of 3 other resources, you might want to see if one of them is more suitable for you. I'm pretty certain I just broke California law. That, to me, is where I need the clarity. I don't understand, and nobody I've spoken to about the California law can tell me that. We will always all do our best for every person that we're within 25, 30 feet of, and do our best on policy and advocacy. But yes or no, have we broken California law if, after a given amount of time has passed, we suggest in a nicely worded letter that they consider one of these other places? That's what I need.
Yeah, definitely. And I will say I'm not an attorney, so for the broader group, will not be providing a legal interpretation for you at this moment. But I would love to work with you and with other folks on that, because we know, too, that housing first is often looked at in the context of permanent housing. And so a lot of these requirements and the legal pieces here are geared towards permanent housing environments, even though they also are applied to temporary settings. And so I think one of the things, and Giselle is diligently taking notes up here, as you can see, one of the things that we are looking for as part of this conversation, right, is where are those big questions that are unanswered, right? So I think what you're doing is pointing out a really important question that you would like guidance and answers on, which I fully appreciate and I'm grateful for. And where can we as a state say, hey, we're hearing these questions. We need to provide very clear guidance for people operating shelters if you're in a situation like X, Y, or Z, right, where for 18 months you've been offering services, et cetera, and that's not working. Like, what is it that we can do? What is it that we should be doing? So definitely hear you, and would love to, our emails are up here, so but would love to talk to you more. I think to Alex's point too, that he made earlier, right, it's one of the things that feels very difficult, I imagine, is that you all are working with people individually, and the challenges often that we're facing are system level challenges, right? Like, if there were enough beds for people in your area, it actually maybe wouldn't be a problem that this person had been spending 18 months in that bed, right? Because it wouldn't be, like you're saying, taking up a spot from someone who could use it and could maybe engage in those services at that exact moment and then move to housing and free up that bed again, right? So totally hear the frustration between like sort of the individual ground level work and the system level issues that we are facing as a society. So I really appreciate that. And I know that was not a satisfactory answer to your question, so I apologize. Yeah, let's talk after. Yeah.
Hi. I think as case workers and service providers, a lot of times we have this idea when we deal with our clients that, and I do the same thing, by the way, it's hard not to fall into this trap where you think and you kind of project your own vision of what you want for a client or what you think is best for them. And in most cases, when you're dealing with people who have been experiencing homelessness to the extreme that a lot of our clients are, where they are currently does not align with where we're thinking they need to be. So in that sense, when it comes to a harm reduction approach, what we're trying to do at Step Up, which is where I work, and Julius, our manager, has sort of imparted into us, maybe successfully, I don't know, but is to try to meet the client where they're at currently, because the fact is the majority of the clients that I work with and have worked with over the past 4 or 5 years, it's not so much they need to get into housing immediately as it is, will this person show up to a meeting? Can this person perform very basic, what would seem basic to us, tasks? And the fact is, if you set a meeting with the majority of my clients, probably 60 or 70% of them won't even show up for the meeting because scheduling, transportation, and all these barriers exist. And then also the general anxiety and maybe past experiences that they've had with case managers and other authority figures probably doesn't lend to them even being able to take that first step to do the work that we're trying to do with them. So when it comes to harm reduction and things of that nature, a lot of the work that we do, and it all depends on the client, because some clients show up and they're ready to go. They have certain things already in place that will allow them to start seeking housing immediately, or go to behavioral health and do the assessment and then get referred to a program, or apply for the list at the housing authority to potentially get a voucher or something like that. But then we have a lot of our other clients who are just not there yet. So the first step towards perhaps getting somebody closer to that end goal is something as simple as maybe just sitting down and having a 5-minute conversation. It doesn't have to be so end goal oriented, because that trust and rapport that you could build over the course of time, that may eventually happen, but it's going to start with taking those baby steps first, which for a lot of clients is a huge challenge to begin with.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I just want to say, like, there's a reason these two questions are on the same slide, right? Because the challenges many people have experienced, right? Other people have experience in trying to navigate those same issues, right? So we really do want to hear from you all. I think that was a great example of, like, what are ways that you've dealt with some of these issues in your own work, and how do you take those lessons, and how can we share them and sort of use that as an example? So I really appreciate that.
Okay, this is going to be very naive. I came in here as the other. And so
Great, yes.
we're in education at this table. And so trying to figure out what Housing First is, but we work in elementary education. Does Housing First even impact, like, is there stuff for families? Because everything I'm hearing is individual, individual, individual. Well, when 40+% of our students just in our district are homeless, what is available for families? And is this something that even applies? So that's, I guess, my general question.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for being brave and saying you don't know something. I think that's really good. I think other people in this room probably could answer that question better than I could, but I will say there are programs specifically for families. I think a lot of the programs we're talking about here are for single adults often, but I think you make a good point. It looks often very different for families. Housing First still does apply to housing or homelessness programs geared towards families. And so in that sense, it is relevant. But those often are, specific programs that have a different approach to the work as well. But yeah, I see some hands, yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alexa Johnson. I'm the Executive Director for the Housing Resource Center for Monterey County. And I'm kind of taking it from a little bit of a different perspective. But I'm working right now to work on another Housing First training for my staff. And I went through the training, and one of the real struggles that we're having is that, we have great county partners. Like, they are so supportive and so helpful for us, and they advocate for us like crazy. But there is still a lot of stress from the state on, well, what are your outcomes? We don't know if your funding is going to be there. Your funding might go away. And when I'm doing the Housing First training, it's talking about the human-centered approach. And I'm trying to figure out, like, how as leaders in our community do we balance the outcomes that, the state is asking through the county for us to perform and provide, but also not letting that stress affect our staff in the services that they're carrying out. I'm looking at, like, folks re-entering our program after we've housed them, how long they're in our program after we've housed them, just trying to figure out how do we is there any conversation that's happening on the state level on how to adjust those performance outcomes to support Housing First? Because right now, honestly, I don't feel like they support a Housing First philosophy in that sense.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. And that's something that we actually have been hearing about a lot. And I think it's something that gets to what we were talking about before around, like, there's a pressure, right, to say we want this person to succeed, partially because we want to see them succeed for themselves, but also partially because someone's going to look at our data at some point, right, and say, hey, you only served X number of people, or this is what your outcomes look like. We've been working, so Cal ICH doesn't anymore administer any state funding, but we work very closely with the departments that do. And so we have been looking at sort of what are the different data elements that everyone is asking for, and where either do they conflict between programs, right, or do they potentially conflict with sort of some of the goals that we set out. I think identifying a way to successfully measure sort of housing first related outcomes is really important, and is something that we haven't completely figured out yet. But I think there's a tension that you're pointing out, which I really appreciate, between, hey, we have to meet people where they're at, right, like you were saying, and we have to make sure that people are comfortable and give them time and space, and we're being asked to report outcomes as to how many people we housed and how long, like what retention looks like and what reentry looks like. So I hear that tension, and really, yeah, definitely something we're looking at, but don't have necessarily an answer to explicitly.
Hi, Casey Powers with Interim Inc. We are running Housing First at Sunrose, and that has been about 2 years now. We're close to 2 years with that. I think one of the challenges that we have experienced most is balancing the need for safety with the need to have housing first. So you have a lot of individuals who are chaotically using substances, who are engaging in a lot of behaviors that are damaging not only their own lives, but then the community within which they're living, and certainly, lease violations and that for the behaviors. But I think we have worked with, from the mental health side, we've worked with these individuals for a very long time. They're very high risk. We know they're very high risk. They've lived in our housing programs before, have been kicked out of our housing programs before, and then they come back through the coordinated entry system. And for me, in more of an administrator role, it's really hard to look at this person that you have seen and that you have seen go through cycles of doing better and doing worse, and understanding really how chaotic their behaviors can be at their worst, and then having fewer pathways to be able to have consequences. I think that there needs to be some sort of balance for the safety and the consequences when there are really serious, significant behaviors. Because certainly our goal is never to evict. Right. I think we do that as infrequently as possible, but also I have to keep an entire community safe, and that's really difficult when you have people who you have a lot of experience with some really challenging behaviors.
Yeah. So yeah, I would love to hear what folks think about this. I will say, just from the statute standpoint, right, there are sort of our guidance here is, and obviously I think what you said is really important, like everyone in this room is trying as much as possible in every case possible to not evict someone, right? That is like the last thing that we want. And what the Housing First law says is, like, sort of in absence of other violations of the program, right, these things should not be alone reasons for eviction. So there may, like, it is fully within allowable limits to set, hey, here's our safety standard for these programs. And of course, we want people to be working with folks, and if there is a dangerous situation, de-escalating, right, all of those things that you're already doing. And there, you can still have program sort of guidelines about safety and what it looks like to be in a program. So definitely hear that, and it's definitely a balance. Oh, yeah, I see.
Somebody was talking about families, and I think they were talking about maybe in school settings. I don't know why this doesn't happen. We have the point in time count. We have the unsheltered homeless and the sheltered homeless. But the federal HUD definition of homeless includes living, 9 families in a, 1-bedroom apartment. But we never include those numbers, and they're pretty staggering in Monterey County. There's a lot of data that's been collected by a lot of great people. Why don't we include that in the PIT count, so it's part of the larger conversation about funding and about homelessness? I mean, they are legally defined as homeless because of the cramped circumstances, but they never appear in the counts. And I think that's one of the reasons sometimes these things feel really separated. You've got your clients and we've got ours, but I don't understand why it's not brought together more. It would be a very powerful argument for resources and funding, and by breaking it in half, we weaken both of our arguments.
Don't get me started on data because I will take the rest of the time that we have to talk about it. But I will say this, so the PIT count requirements come from the federal government, and so they use the federal HUD definition of homelessness. I will say at the state, we take all the HMIS data that you all are probably very happy to input all the time. And I will say that we take that and we aggregate it at the state level so that we can see a full picture, right, of all the services being provided at the state. And that does include working with the Department of Education to understand their homeless counts as well. So on the CalICH website, we actually have data both related to service utilization from our HDIS system as well as educational data, because they are very different numbers, as you're saying, because the definitions are very different. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo. First of all, I want to thank everybody for sharing your insights about what works and what doesn't work. So my question, after hearing the various folks who are on the front lines, going back to your slide that talked about the Housing First policy and state statute, I think it said it was enacted in 2016. If that is current law for the last 9 years, and after seeing how the law worked or didn't work, my thinking, just to address your question back there, wouldn't it be a matter of filing new legislation to modify this policy in areas where providers on the front line are seeing it's not working, it needs to be tweaked or amended to make the intended law work even better, to encourage folks not just being at these centers, but actually encouraging them as to the extent possible to actually utilize the services being offered. So it's like a bill idea, right? If something's not working, are we going to keep doing what isn't working so well based on the experts on the front lines, or do we introduce legislation to say how could we improve this law to make it work just better as it was originally intended?
Yeah, I saw Alex had his hand up around that, so I'll let him take that one.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, there has been a lot of this is, if you can go back a slide, a lot of what Cody's sharing is not statutory language, right? This is, some of this is, but a lot of it is stuff that has been developed as guidance, and so that's certainly something that CalICH can change. So I think the issue is that a lot of what was happening before Housing First was required wasn't working either, right? That what we were seeing was folks make very subjective decisions about who could, get into housing, who couldn't get into housing, who was right for services, who wasn't right for services, and we were seeing that wasn't working either, right? So for me, it's like there are clear problems that everybody's talking about, and we need to figure out how to provide the guidance, how to provide the changes and the funding. I mean, back here, somebody mentioned the lack of ongoing funding. To me, that is the biggest barrier, that we have not been able to provide the stable resources to really animate Housing First and animate the spirit of Housing First. If folks had that kind of stability of funding and that robust availability of services funding, I think it would be a very different conversation that we're having. But again, it's... Right. And I guess what I'm going back to is just that, some of these concepts are coming because we saw the alternative for years and years in the homeless system, and it was leaving a lot of people out and leaving a lot of people that were, remaining on our streets and not able to access these programs because we didn't have some of these requirements. So we have a ton of work to do, don't get me wrong, and we should always be interrogating what's working and not working. But just, I don't want to forget about what was happening before, Housing First was there too.
Yeah. And I think to add to that, I think one of the things that we think about and talk about, right, a lot, that is, I think you all know best, is it's one thing to say, hey, we have this policy, implement it, and then tell us what the challenges are, right? It's a very different thing to say, hey, we have this policy, we're going to actually fund it appropriately, and then we want to know what the challenges are. And I think a lot of the folks in this room probably, and a lot of the folks that talk about Housing First, what they know is that, you know, this system often does not have the resources it needs, right? Like if you all had the resources that you needed to do this, I would imagine the conversation would be really different here today, right? I would imagine it would be much more logistical, right? Like, I have this person who needs this, does anyone have a service that can help them, right? Instead of, there aren't the services available. And so I think what we often we have to be careful about is not mistaking the policy for the commitment and the resources available to actually implement that policy with fidelity, right? And I think we can all agree we could use a lot more guidance on how to implement this well, and so that's sort of where CalICH comes in, is helping do that sort of like, hey, you have this question, this thing keeps coming up, right? We have a challenge with this piece of the law. How can we address that? And so that's where we try to step in. But we also know that, you know, in order to do this successfully all around, we need the resources behind it that actually make it work. So I just wanted to add that in there as well. And I'm getting flagged that we have just a few more minutes left, so I want to make sure we get to your question too.
Hi. Yes, thank you very much. My name is Derek Elder. I run a mobile crisis support program for the city of Seaside. And so first things first is it seems there's a contradiction as in California, it's not a crime to be homeless. Yet we're discussing the need to fulfill this policy towards housing first. So I guess you're kind of alluding to that in your last comment of more clarity, more understanding around the expectation of implementing the policy versus the reality of the efforts we're making, right? Additionally, you know, as we were talking about barriers, client engagement, things of that nature, obviously with mobile crisis response, one of the challenges is, you know, we're meeting people out in the community and trying to address things, you know, right there in the moment. And I think when we talk about our housing programs, similarly speaking, is when we're looking at an individual and the needs we want to address, whether substance use, legal issues, you name it, the services are scattered and they're at a distance and they're not readily available. And this concept of meeting folks where they're at is how are we actually trying to bring the services to them instead? So I think that should be a little bit more of our focus as well. We also talk about housing unintentionally, obviously, from a privileged state, right? And I think even when we're sitting across from folks who are dealing with housing challenges, we're not always conscious of the language and the presentation that we hold that to some degree puts us up here and them down here and makes it as if you're wrong for being unhoused or you're bad or you're you know, it's not a crime. And very often many of the people who are unhoused look like us. They are aunts or uncles or brothers or sisters or grandmas or grandpas or you name it, right? And so we have to kind of start from there. And then another approach I think that can support success is we have to also think addressing housing and our efforts don't have to just be done by the professionals. I get hit up a lot in my program by people who just want to volunteer, people who themselves had lived experience or are now uplifted out of it, who could be valuable, right, and beneficial in engaging with the very population that they have also had similar experiences, and I would imagine would garner more trust, right, as it related to our unhoused folks, because they have someone that can say, I've been there, I know exactly what you did, let me kind of navigate this alongside you with the professional, obviously kind of taking the lead to some degree. And not feeling alone, I think, as many folks do as they're trying to rebuild their lives. And so, just some ideas and thoughts.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, please applaud for that. Well, I got the word that we are running out of time. laughing because I was like, there's no way we were going to fill a whole hour about this. And we didn't even get to the 2 other questions that we have on these slides. So thank you all really, so much. We really appreciate it. I just want to reiterate, right, you all are the ones doing this work every day on the ground. And so we are really honored, Giselle and I, to get to hear from you. And this is sort of why we set it up this way, is we want to learn from you all as well. So please feel free to reach out to us. We'd love to continue these conversations. And just give yourselves a round of applause, because it's one thing to see Housing First on paper, right? And it's the other thing to actually do it every day. So big thanks to you all for your work. And I don't know what's next, but I think probably lunch. So feel free to grab that.
Yeah, everyone will break from lunch. Lunch is already set up outside. You could go ahead and grab your lunches, come back on in. We'll go into our award ceremony once I start seeing a bunch of folks. of serving as Executive Director at the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers, the lead agency for a continuum of care. Today, I'm honored to present the 2025 Community Impact Awards, and I couldn't be more proud of how our community has shown up, nominating and voting the individuals and organizations they believe that make a real difference in this past year. We opened up our nominations in the winter of 2024, and from January to March, you all have cast your votes, and now the moment's here. I'm excited for you all. Our first award that is being presented today is our Beyond Government Award, which recognizes an individual or jurisdiction that has gone above and beyond their official role in demonstrating exceptional dedication to addressing homelessness in Monterey and San Benito counties. Today, we honor Jennifer Torres, whose passion and commitment have made a lasting impact on our community. As a community outreach assistant for the city of Salinas, Jennifer has dedicated herself to bridge the gap between government services and the individuals in need. For over a year, Jennifer has served as the chair of the COC Outreach Coordination Committee, leading with compassion and fostering collaboration among outreach teams throughout both Monterey and San Benito counties. Her unwavering efforts ensure that those experiencing homelessness are met with dignity, respect, and meaningful support. Jennifer's leadership exemplifies the power of going beyond the call of duty, making a true difference in the lives of the unhoused. Please join me in congratulating Jennifer Torres on this well-deserved honor.
Thank you so much. This is a really big moment for me. I want to start off by thanking all the CHSP representatives for making this happen. I always look forward to this event. I also want to thank everyone that voted for me. Thank you to my fellow outreach workers, my outreach committee, and collaborators. You know, without you guys, it would be impossible to get work done, and I appreciate being in all the work with you guys, and your partnership means so much to me. And of course, thank you to my incredible team who stand by me every day through the bad and the good. You guys lift me up to be better. And this award goes to us. So, SORT, thank you. And like I mentioned, while I don't do this work for recognition, it's really meaningful to get honored this way. And I promise to continue to lead my work with my heart, love, and commitment to this community, because I truly believe if we work together, we can make a greater impact. So thank you guys.
Thank you, guys. All right. Thank you, SORT team and Jennifer. Okay. So our next award is our Tourney Legacy Award that honors a service provider or individual or organization that has demonstrated outstanding achievements and contributions in addressing homelessness in our continuum of care. Today, it is my great honor to recognize my hero, friend, and colleague, Roxanne Wilson. As the recipient of the Tourney Legacy Award, this award holds a really special meaning to me, as Catherine Tourney was not only our former executive director for the coalition, but also a mentor and trailblazer who helped pave the way for both Roxanne and myself to step into the roles that we hold today. Roxanne is a leader whose unwavering commitment has shaped the future of homeless services in Monterey and San Benito County, and for the past 13 years, Roxanne has dedicated herself to reducing homelessness in her community, ensuring the most vulnerable remain at the forefront of local, state, and federal priorities. Roxanne's tireless efforts in dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to addressing homelessness in our community has truly embodied the spirit of this award. It is with deep appreciation and admiration that we celebrate her invaluable contributions. Please join me to welcome Roxanne Wilson.
This is kind of like an awkward moment for me because when we had decided to create these awards a summit ago, I never in my life thought I would be a recipient because we created them to honor all of the other people in this community that don't get to be on stage, that don't get to be the voice, that don't get to do the things that I get to do. So Catherine Turney is a hero. If you know Catherine Turney, please raise your hand. So Catherine Turney used to be the executive director of the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers. I met her, though, when I first entered the homelessness space when I worked for an organization called Community Homeless Solutions. Yeah. So Catherine was a bulldog. My goodness. She had this brilliance to her that I think was, I don't think that many people got to see as we did, working so closely with her. Unfortunately, Catherine did pass away, so I definitely want to accept this in her honor because she certainly did pave the way. She allowed us to do what we needed to do to make it work. At that time, the coalition had 3 staff members. Three staff members to do the work. And I'm going to tell you what a coalition, what a continuum of care does at my next session. So if you get a chance to go to that one, you will learn a lot because it is a lot of work that they do, a lot of responsibility that the coalition holds and that the Lead Me Home continuum of care holds. But this is a big deal for, not just for me, but for Catherine and for all of you who do this work every single day. Thank you, and thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, I would like to present the Dred McCall Community Hero Award that honors a person with lived experience or a dedicated community member who has worked closely with a continuum of care to uplift and advocate for the unhoused. Today, it's with my pleasure, we recognize Wes White, a champion for the unhoused. A champion for the unhoused who has relentlessly advocated for well over 11 years. Wes is not just a voice for the people, he is a force for change. As a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Directive and newly appointed COC Leadership Council member, Wes ensures that those most impacted by homelessness have a seat at the table. His unwavering commitment to attending all the meetings and amplifying voices and holding the system accountable is a testament of his passion and dedication. This award is especially meaningful as the late Dred McCall was not only an inspiration to our community, but also Wes's great friend and ally. Together, they stood side by side, fighting the good fight for the unhoused with unwavering determination. Today, we honor that legacy and that enduring impact of their work. Please join us in celebrating Wes White.
Oh boy, do I ever.
Yes, no, I'll leave it to public comment or less. But, yeah, please. Thank you. Like she said, Dre was my best friend. I actually met him through city council with Pamela Weston and Rita Acosta. Together, we kind of formed a homeless union, the premier homeless union in the nation to reestablish the National Union of Homeless through the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. We were doing a lawsuit at that time against the city. City changed their ordinance, city changed their policies, but they didn't practice them. So right after that, we started this flagpole community at City Hall, a nightly protest that lasted for 6 months until they changed the ordinance. They called it the West Wide Ordinance, nobody allowed on Lincoln Avenue at all. And this is a picture that he took. Nobody was doing families, nobody was doing elderly and infirm, really. Nobody was doing pets until I started identifying them and they became clients of the county. And then this guy has been all over the place. This is us during the Friends Inside summer cooling shelter. When the TAMSI closed, they just drove out 70, 80 people, and we made a building. It wasn't up to code. We had lasted for about not even a week, and we brought 40 people to go to the housing and land use and also a city council meeting and tell them the solutions that they needed in their life. We also did a Lapis Road RV Homeowners Association that was out on Lapis Road in Marina. Let's see what else I can show you real quick, briefly. Here's another great picture of Dred. This is our, multicultural something. Cultural Relevance and Humility Committee was what that was. And we were all about the First Amendment. So here's a picture of us behind the First Amendment at the, next to the Weekly. And we were part of the Democrats for a while. This is a artist rendition of my campaign sign and a little love letter saying, from my heart, vote for change, for mayor, vote for Wes White, love Salinas, love all, from Rueus. We've done a lot of things. The other thing I want to mention was Roberts Lake and Colonel Durham, because that's Winnie Pass, actually. That was the beginning of the pandemic. There was a bunch of people in RVs and cars, and the city of Seaside, wanted to get rid of everybody, even though it's shelter in place. So we were able to get a special meeting and send people to Colonel Durham, a church parking lot. And so that actually had showers and bathrooms and laundry. Like, these are kind of services that were actual solutions, and that's what we really need to be focused on. How do we support people? How do we give them an address? They're not homeless. They're only homeless once this jurisdiction takes everything they got. Now they're homeless. Otherwise, it's affordable housing. Let people have what they have. If they can maintain organized space, those are the ones that are housing ready. We should give them headline privilege, in my mind. So thank you very much. And Dred was, wow. No, he was tough, Dred.
All right, thank you, Wes. All right. Our next award it will be the Homeless Children and Youth Program Innovation Award, recognizing programs that continually evolve to meet the changing needs of children and youth experiencing homelessness. With increasing number of students and families in need, resources, support, and services, innovation is essential to ensuring effective and meaningful solutions. Today, I'd like to honor Monterey County's Community Action Partnership for their unwavering commitment to reducing poverty and addressing homelessness through a network of local service providers. Monterey County CAP team funds a wide range of programs that remove barriers to self-sufficiency, ensuring that children and youth experiencing homelessness have access to after-school programs, youth shelters, and street outreach, rapid rehousing, and more. Beyond these crucial services, Monterey CAP's impact extends further in supporting domestic violence survivors, employment initiatives, food distribution, parenting classes, and financial literacy programs throughout the community. We'd like to thank Community Action Partnership for their forward-thinking approach and dedication and innovation. Please help me join our Monterey County Community Action Partnership team for well-deserved recognition.
What's that?
The speech right here.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
I'll have a different one.
Okay. On behalf of Monterey County Community Action Partnership, we would like to thank the coalition and everyone involved in the nomination and voting process. The mission of Community Action is to reduce poverty and support low-income individuals and families with achieving self-sufficiency. This award is truly a reflection of the strong partnerships we have developed with local service providers, government partners, and incorporating input from those with lived experience in the development and implementation of the homeless programs that will have lasting impacts in our community. The good work to reduce homelessness for youth continues, and our team remains committed to engaging with community partners to tackle the challenges that lay ahead. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I would like to also say just a few words. Thank you, Alex and Adriana, and the direction of Roderick Franks and the help of the rest of the team, Monterey County Social Services. But also, we need to recognize all the superheroes in the room. Really, give yourselves a round of applause. And I say this because together, we're able to accomplish more. You know, social services is one department that's trying their best to address these concerns, continuing the war against poverty and offer homeless services and solutions available. But if we can bridge the gap and learn to connect poverty prevention, social services, and sustainable housing solutions, how much more could we do? Working together across social services, community organizations, local government, we can build sustainable pathways out of homelessness. We can integrate wraparound supports like job training, mental health care. We could also address addiction recovery, mental health needs, and of course, affordable housing, which would lead to a better long-term outcome. And together, we can make a safe place to call home for everyone. Thank you.
All right. Our last but not least award is called the Homeless Children and Youth Impact Award, which recognizes educators who significantly impact the lives of students and families experiencing homelessness. This award acknowledges individuals who demonstrate a commitment to advocacy, collaboration, support, and service efforts that can change the trajectory of homeless children and youth. I am proud to honor Donna Smith, who has served as a program coordinator. Donna with Monterey County Office of Education for the past 6 years. In this role, Donna works closely with Monterey County school districts, the charter schools, providing essential support to the liaisons with identification, enrollment, resources, services, and staff development to ensure that homeless students receive the education and support they deserve. Donna also leads the Family Resource Network of Monterey County, which encompasses 13 school districts with multiple sites, and her dedication extends to developing the connection program and collaboration with community schools to deliver the expanded core model and community school supports for students experiencing homelessness or in foster care. Donna's passion for ensuring that every child has an opportunity to succeed is evident in everything she does. Her leadership and advocacy has created lasting, positive change for countless students in Monterey County. Please join us in recognizing Donna Smith for her incredible impact on lives on homeless children and youth.
Hi, everybody. Oh, thank you. This is just lovely. Thank you. You know, I just want to first of all thank my Monterey County Office of Education team, which is all back there, and Dr. Deneen Gus, our county superintendent of schools. I'm so glad you're here to recognize this award really for all of us. You know, I do work with all of our school districts and charter schools in Monterey County to support them and provide leadership or anything that they need. But when I first got this job 6 years ago, I realized that we were operating together and getting to know each other, but we were really missing that important component of working with our government bodies and also all of the organizations that you all represent. And so I really put on myself to bridge that. So you are working closely with our school districts. We're working closely with you in any capacity we can to just have wraparound services for our children and youth. So whether you're in shelters or mental health, we really need your support, and we hope that you will always reach out to us if you have families that you've recognized that could use that support in school. We really want them all to be very successful. I just want to say that when I was an administrator, so I've been in education since 1987, and I'm sure a lot of you weren't even born then, but that's cool. Actually, so it's true. And that was the same year that the McKinney-Vento law was passed federally. And that was my first year in education. I knew nothing about the homeless world at all. My last principalship, I had a homeless family that came to live in our area. I knew a lot about McKinney-Vento because of Cheryl Kameny, who's been a great friend and colleague for 30 years, and a great advocate for homeless children. But it was different when I was an administrator. How do I help this family? Well, it wasn't until I got this job that I realized that all of you exist. And I didn't know that before. I didn't know all of these organizations existed. And so I really want our school districts to have the same opportunity I've had to know who you are and how you can support us. So thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
Let's give one more round of applause for all of our awardees today. And that concludes our award ceremony right now. Our next session starts at 1:40, so you guys have a couple minutes. Oh, sponsors, yes. Yes, I was going to do that.
You got it?
Yeah, I was going to, yes. And I just want to recognize that this event cannot be made possible without our sponsors and all of you. So I'd like to thank our sponsors for their generous contributions. Their dedication to our collaboration and innovation is what makes events like this possible and progress achievable. So shout out to the County of Monterey. We have Comcast that supported, Monterey County Housing Authority, Monterey County Office of Education, we have Montage Health, Kaiser, CCAH, Pinnacle Bank, thank you very much. And Natividad Foundation, thank you so much for your contributions. Just FYI, I might say that again because that's a part of my closing speech. Thank you, everybody.
And I forgot to mention earlier, recognize Marina City Council member Brian McCarthy. Give him a round of applause as well. And right next to him, the new, relatively new Marina Police Chief, Randy Hopkins. We want to keep working with you, Chief. Thank you for being here. And last but not least, County Superintendent, the best county superintendent anywhere in California, Deneen Gus, everybody.
right, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Hopefully I am sitting close enough to the mic. All right. Closer? How's that? Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this session. My name is Sarah Poss, and I am Branch Chief for Policy and Program Support at the California Department of Housing and Community Development. I work in our Housing Policy Development Division, and I'm really honored to be here today with such a dedicated group of people who are committed to solving our state's dual crises of homelessness and our housing shortage. So as you know, I'm here on behalf of HCD, where we believe that we cannot solve our homelessness without using every tool available to promote more housing. So that's what I'll be focusing on today. And we will go ahead and get started. All right. Bear with me as I'm looking through my talking points and making sure I'm on the right slide. So I want to ground my presentation today in this goal of the state's housing laws, which is to promote housing production at all income levels in every community throughout the state. So I know I don't need to tell many of you the scale of our problem, but I'll just ground us in a couple of statistics to begin with. California has a dire statewide, I'll try to remember to advance the slides. California has a dire statewide housing shortage. According to our statewide housing plan, we need to build 2.5 million homes, including 1 million homes for lower income households. 75% of extremely low income renters pay more than a half of their income on housing. More than 187,000 Californians were experiencing homelessness in 2024, according to the last PIC count. And Black renters are 41% more severely cost burdened than white renters. These are just a couple statistics to set the foundation for why we need to utilize all of the tools and funds in state law to promote housing to end homelessness. So the solution to ending our housing shortage is state laws that make it easier and faster to build housing, promote housing in more places, facilitate housing at higher densities, so more housing in more places, and ensuring housing at all income levels. And we need to implement and enforce these state laws. The implementation work takes place at all levels of government. And as I'll talk about, HCD's enforcement always begins with education and technical assistance. This constitutes the majority of our housing accountability unit's work, which I'll talk about more later in this presentation. And it may become more punitive for jurisdictions who are flagrantly breaking the law. So here's what I'm going to cover in today's presentation. I'll talk about two critical funding programs that we administer at HCD, the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, or HAP, and I'll talk about the accountability measures included in those programs, the Encampment Resolution Fund and the accountability measures included in those programs. Those programs were just transferred to us at HCD on July 1st of last year from the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. The purpose of which was to really integrate these programs into our housing accountability framework. And we still work extremely closely with CalICH throughout every step of administration of these grants. And then I'm gonna highlight some important provisions in state housing law, and then I'll finish by providing an overview of the HAU. But first, just to share a little bit about me, I work closely with my colleagues on all of the topics we'll be covering today, but I work directly on the grant programs that I'm going to be talking about, and my colleagues in the Housing Accountability Unit weren't able to make it today, so I'm going to do my best to provide you with a clear understanding of all of the work that the Housing Accountability Unit does, And if there are questions that go deeper than what I'm able to answer at the end of this, I'll make sure to connect you with the right folks. All right, so we're going to start off by talking about HAP. So some of you in this room might already be familiar with HAP, and I'm going to focus primarily on round 6 today. Round 6 of HAP, we just released the NOFA, or the Notice of Funding Availability, in February of this year, and applications are due back to HCD on August 29th of this year. And HAP provides large cities, and so in statute that's defined as cities with a population of over 300,000, all counties and all continuums of care with funds to support regional efforts. And that's really key here. So starting with round 4 of HAP, all applications are required to be regional, because as we know, homelessness does not follow the boundaries of cities and counties. So we really want to make sure we're addressing homelessness with this funding in a regional approach. That means that the COCs, counties, and large cities are all partnering together to pool resources, capability, and really tackle these efforts together. So HAP's purpose is to expeditiously reduce unsheltered homelessness. We're really focused on permanent housing solutions and sustaining existing interim housing. This is a non-competitive program. It's a block grant program with allocations that are based on the homelessness point-in-time count. The legislature has appropriated about $4 billion for HAP over 6 rounds. And something that's really unique about HAP in state grant programs is that grantees receive all of the funding up front. It's not a reimbursement program where grantees are spending and sending invoices and getting reimbursements. This is funding that we're really able to infuse into the community for grantees to put into place as expeditiously as possible. All right. So as I mentioned, HAP is regional, and so regional applicants have to develop a regional action plan. And they have to develop an MOU that they are all signatories to that talks about how they're going to work together to improve their homelessness outcomes. They have to demonstrate how their HAP funds will directly impact homelessness metrics. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And they have to strategically pair HAP with other local, state, and federal funding, understanding that the federal funding landscape is very uncertain right now, but we know that there are other local and state funds that we're really encouraging and requiring our grantees to pair HAP with, because HAP is not the only funding solution. And we require each grantee to follow the core components of Housing First. So as you all, I'm sure if you were in the earlier session with Cal ICH, you heard that Housing First is required in state law for all grantees that receive state homelessness funding, and so all of our grantees must follow Housing First. All right, so a little bit about the accountability measures that came into HAP with round 6 through AB 166, which was signed last year. That codified HCD's Housing and Homelessness Accountability Results and Partnership Unit, or HARP, and that is under the same framework as our Housing Accountability Unit, and really meant to bring a greater level of accountability to the HAP funds. So it allows us to monitor HAP grantee expenditures and track outcomes, and I'll talk a little bit about how we do that. We support underperforming grantees with technical assistance and corrective action plans if necessary, and we enforce compliance to ensure effective fund usage. So in HAP 6, there are stronger conditions for the initial disbursement. So in HAP 4 through 6, grantees receive half of their funding upon approval of their application, and then they have to meet certain fiscal and programmatic milestones in order to be eligible to receive the second half of funds. So for HAP 6, the initial disbursement, grantees must have fully obligated HAP rounds 1 through 3. They must have fully expended all of HAP round 1, and they have to expend at least 50% and obligate 75% of the initial disbursement from HAP round 4. And the thinking behind this is that, we want grantees to be using the HAP funding that they have effectively before we are, awarding new HAP funding and putting more funds out there. We want to make sure that the oldest money is spent first. And these requirements are in statute, but they are exactly what is required for each round of HAP in statute, and so we're not going above and beyond what's already required here. We're just doing a check to make sure that grantees are spending their older funds first. And grantees have to be in good standing on all reporting requirements, which includes their Homelessness Management Information System, or HMIS reporting, including for prior rounds. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. All right, so, you know what? I think I may, last night, I switched the order of 2 of these slides, which was a good idea. But my slide thing isn't advancing anymore. Okay. Well, maybe while it goes back up on the screen. What was that? Let's see. Okay, here we go. Great. All right. Thanks for your patience with me. Okay. So there are really important new roles and responsibilities in HAP 6 for large city and county regional partners, because we know that housing supply and affordability are critical in preventing and reducing homelessness. So city and county regional partners have to provide status updates and concrete timelines with regard to each of the following that you see on the slide. So the first one is housing element compliance. So each grantee, each large city or county, this doesn't apply to COCs because COCs do not do housing elements. They have to indicate that they have adopted a housing element that HCD has found substantially compliant. Or if it's not compliant, they have to provide us with a timeline with all relevant milestones to achieve compliance, which will be reviewed and approved by our Housing Accountability Unit. With regard to their annual progress report, they have to indicate that each large city and county eligible applicant have submitted timely and complete annual reports for the previous 2 years. Pro-housing designation, they have to indicate if each eligible applicant in the region has received the pro-housing designation, if they have applied, or if they have plans to apply. And importantly, housing law violations. So each eligible applicant has to indicate that they do not have any potential or actual housing law violations, either under investigation by HCD's Housing Accountability Unit or the Attorney General's Housing Justice Team. Or if they do have a potential or an actual violation, we're looking for the timeline that they plan to resolve the issue. And surplus land. So each city and county eligible applicant has to have a central inventory of all surplus land and all lands in excess of their foreseeable needs, as required already in state law. And if they haven't done this, they have to provide a timeline and a plan to create that inventory. All right. And let me see here, I'm correcting my error. Okay. Next part that is new to HAP 6 is that regions have to create an encampment response plan. So there are 2 parts to this. Regions have to identify the number of encampments within the region or encampment zones. That's acceptable as well, with specific plans to address these encampments and specifying which jurisdiction is in the lead for planning to resolve those encampments by placing people in interim or permanent housing. They also must confirm that they have a current policy that addresses encampments, and they have to confirm with us that it complies with Cal ICH's guidance on addressing encampments. If their policy is not compliant, they have to update their policy. All right, so new to HAP 6 is that regions must now have a plan to sustain all of their interim housing through the grant term. If new interim or non-housing solutions are going to be part of the budget plan, grantees also have to have a plan to document all existing and planned permanent housing within the region through the grant term. So essentially, we're looking to make sure that before new interim housing is built, that you have a way to sustain all of the permanent housing that is already open and operating. Because we know, essentially, housing is the solution to homelessness, and we have to keep our eye on the ball of continuing to create more permanent housing. Interim housing is an essential tool, and we absolutely need our interim housing. But before you build more, according to HAP 6, you have to have a plan to sustain all of your permanent housing and keep it open. If a gap exists, regions have to show how they'll dedicate funds to sustain those investments, including bringing local and regional funding and Prop 1 funding to the table. HAP 6 also requires stakeholder engagement. And this is not new to HAP 6, but follow on from HAP 5, but there are a couple of new groups that have been identified in HAP 6 that have to be engaged in the stakeholder engagement, and that is federally recognized tribes and developers of permanent housing. And so the thinking behind those is that we've seen hesitation in previous rounds to engage tribes in the regionally coordinated homelessness action plan process because there may have been some confusion. We have a tribal HAP program, but tribes are also eligible to benefit from HAP 6. So should absolutely engage in the tribal HAP program, but also we're looking for all of the HAP 6 eligible applicants to engage with their tribes to include them in their plan. And then developers of permanent housing, part of the reason that was included is that we know that some of the administrative entities for HAP are maybe a health department, maybe a nonprofit COC, maybe Department of Social Services, who are all really critical partners in the regional plan, but may not have the established connections to developers. And so we're really hoping to foster that connection through HAP 6. There may be a developer who needs a little bit more in their funding stack, and if grantees are engaging with developers, able to put HAP 6 towards funding that or housing that may already be being planned. Okay, and I'm gonna try to breeze through these next ones just for the sake of time, but just to show how transparent the data is for HAP. HAP grantees are required to report fiscally to us monthly. So sorry, that probably wasn't the clearest way to say that. HAP grantees are required to submit monthly fiscal reports where they're telling us how much they've obligated and expended for every round by eligible use. And so we take all of that data and we have built a dashboard where anybody can go. This is live. This is what the dashboard looks like right now if you were to pull it up. And so you can look by HAP round, you could look by grantee, you could look by eligible use. And so all of that is at anyone's fingertips who wants to look that up. We also have another tool called the HAP Fiscal Snapshot, which shows where the grantees are in making progress to sort of their midway check to be able to receive the second half of their funding, because our fiscal dashboard doesn't show that. So our fiscal snapshot has that in great detail. All right, and then quarterly HMIS reporting. So this is where we get a lot of our outcome data for HAP. There is a HAP HDIS reported outcomes dashboard that Cal ICH has created and hosts through HDIS data. So you can go there. It's actually, I think, the only publicly available HDIS dashboard for an AB 977 program that is required to report into HMIS. And so we take that data on the state level and we digest it to be able to tell grantees how they're doing on their on their system performance measures, which are special metrics that exist only for HAP, but are recorded through the HMIS system, and they allow us to be able to tell through 6 key metrics what's happening with our HAP dollars to the extent that these metrics describe. And they also have person served data. So as you can see from the snapshot, all of this data is coming through HDIS. And then again, we have requirements for reporting compliance. So we're not gonna know how well we're doing on HAP unless we have accurate reporting by our grantees. And so Cal ICH provides technical assistance to all HMIS reporters to ensure that they are reporting accurately, reporting timely, and so for HAP 6, it's a condition of funding this time around. So these are the system performance measures, and I'm gonna go through them. I think I'm kind of breeze past this so that in the interest of time we can get to more housing laws. But if you have any questions after this, I'd be happy to answer any questions about the system performance measures. This is how we, sorry, I'm not advancing the slides. This is how we interpret progress. So the system performance measures aren't, if you've worked in HMIS with these SPMs, it's sometimes not extremely straightforward to tell what does progress mean. Is it an increase in numbers? Is it a decrease? Some of the SPMs, it is that simple, but some of the SPMs must be assessed in relation to each other. And so we have guidance on that for our grantees and for ourselves so that we know when grantees are ready for the second half of their funding. All right, and I'm gonna go through ERF pretty quickly. So that's the second program, a second homelessness, a grant that we administer in our division at HCD. So you may have heard of it. It's kind of one of the signature programs of this administration. It funds actionable, person-centered local proposals that provide stable housing and address the immediate health and safety needs of the individuals residing in specific encampments. So ERF is meant to address specific encampments or encampment zones, not just encampments in general. So I always like to differentiate that for those who might be new to ERF. It is competitive. It's not a block grant program like HAP. The state has awarded over $855 million over 4 rounds, and we have another round coming up over the summer. We'll be putting out another notice of funding availability just after the new fiscal year starts on July 1st, as soon as we are get the final word on how much is included in the state budget, but there will be another round. And every proposal must demonstrate a plan to transition individuals who are in the encampment into interim housing with a clear pathway to permanent housing or directly into permanent housing. And projects must be non-punitive, low barrier, person-centered, and follow housing first. All right, and so eligible applicants are local jurisdictions. So any city can apply. It's not just the 14 largest cities, so it's a much larger applicant pool than HAP. Also, counties can apply and continuums of care, and we have awarded all 3 of those types of jurisdictions. A little bit on eligible uses. If you're familiar with HAP's eligible uses, you'll see it's very similar. So you're seeing across the spectrum of homelessness services and housing, ERF is very flexible, similar to HAP. All right, and then, missing a slide. Well, I'm just going to talk about the fiscal and program reporting for ERF. So grantees are required to submit quarterly fiscal reports, and they're required to tell us the status of the encampment every quarter. whether it is resolved, not resolved, partially resolved, or other. And there are specific definitions for what those mean. And then AB 166 required new accountability measures for ERF, and that is annual and final reports. And that's largely so we can be able to tell you what's working from these ERF projects, so that we can replicate them with other grantees or across the state and share what we know. So this year, we're collecting annual reports on April 25th, so next week, and we're sharing all of the results on our website. So in a couple of weeks, you can check back on HCD's website and review everyone's annual and final reports. All right, so moving on to state housing laws. So this is a visual of some of our major state housing laws that demonstrates how we, as the state, are able to create housing more easily and faster in more places at a higher density and for lower incomes. And that's really what we're focused on. Want to give a definition of by right. When we're talking about state laws, not everybody works on this every day, so you may not be familiar with what by right means, and some of the laws that I'm going to talk about have by right provisions. So just wanted to do a little bit of baseline understanding. So use by right means that the development, that both of the following are true for the development. The development project is not subject to a conditional use permit, a planned unit development permit, or any other discretionary local government approval, permit, or review process. And the second is no aspect of the development project, including any permits required for the project, is a project for the purposes of CEQA. So essentially what that means is by right means that there's no discretionary process, which is commonly described as staff level approval without a public hearing. And the second is essentially no CEQA. So in state law, I'm going to talk a little bit about by right housing provisions. Supportive housing must be allowed as a use by right in zones where multifamily and mixed uses are permitted, including non-residential zones permitting multifamily uses, if the proposed housing development satisfies specific requirements. The local government must complete its review of the application within 60 days after the application is complete for a project with 50 or fewer units, or within 120 days after the application is complete for a project with more than 50 units. Local government also may require a supportive housing development to comply with written, objective development standards and policies that apply to other multifamily developments within the same zone. Because CEQA doesn't apply, it's not possible for a project opponent to file a CEQA challenge, so this increases the overall certainty of the project. And an important piece to this is that a local government's housing element will often contain a program that requires zoning code updates to comply with this law if the zoning code isn't up to date. HCD has enforcement authority over this law, and anyone can file a complaint or request technical assistance in response to a local government's processing of an applicable housing development. So also wanted to talk about by right low barrier navigation centers, or LBNCs, as we call them at HCD. So LBNCs must be allowed as a use by right in areas zoned for mixed use and non-residential zones, permitting multifamily uses if it meets specific requirements, including access to permanent housing and use of a coordinated entry system. The local government has to act upon its review of the application within 60 days after the application is complete. And important for this group is that an LBNC is defined as a housing first, low barrier, temporary, service enriched shelter focusing on helping homeless individuals and families to quickly obtain permanent housing. LBNCs include best practices. Did I just admit? There we go. include best practices to reduce barriers to entry, such as allowing partners, pets, storage of personal items, and privacy. Again here, because CEQA does not apply, it's not possible for a project opponent to file a CEQA challenge, so this again increases the certainty of the project, and again may require zoning as part of the housing element. And HCD also has authority over this law, and so anyone can file a complaint or request technical assistance about this. So, moving on, want to give you a case study of something that a case that HCD won last year regarding transitional housing about Grandma's House of Hope. And Grandma's House of Hope is in the city of Irvine. It's a nonprofit, it's in Anaheim, not Irvine, that provides transitional housing for some of Orange County's most vulnerable residents who are experiencing homelessness. The city of Anaheim had a practice of requiring special permits for transitional housing projects in single-family dwellings that it did not require for other single-family dwellings, despite HCD repeatedly advising the city that state law prohibits such a practice. Grandma's House of Hope sought a permit for a transitional housing project for women with disabilities, and neighbors submitted written and oral comments that included prejudicial and stereotyped fears of persons with disabilities or who have been homeless, and the city denied the permit. HCD sent the city a notice of violation, informing the city that its actions violated 4 state housing laws. The city refused to make changes, and so Grandma's House of Hope and HCD filed suit, and the result was that we won. The court agreed that with Grandma's House of Hope and with HCD that the city had violated 4 state housing laws, and so as a result of the lawsuit, the city is required to allow Grandma's House of Hope project to move forward and no longer requires special permits for transitional or supportive housing projects. So a big win for us. All right, and then folks asked me to touch a little bit on SB4. Okay, great, thanks. I'm gonna try to breeze through these so that we have enough time for questions, but there are a lot of state laws to share with you all. SB4 is known as the Yigby Law, or Yes in God's Backyard, and requires that a local agency must ministerially approve 100% affordable developments located on sites owned by higher education and religious institutions prior to January 1st, 2024. And local governments can work independently to identify properties that may be potentially eligible under SB4 and to publicize the opportunities with the property owners. Homelessness in RENA. So if you work in housing, you might know what RENA is. That's the I'm so used to talking about the Regionally Coordinated Homelessness Action Plan. This is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RENA. There have been some important changes pertaining to how we plan for housing and include the needs of those who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And we also have new income categories. So in the 6th cycle, the housing need determination for each region, as usual, is based on population projections by the Department of Finance or the California Council of Governments. These are typically based on census estimates of the total number of people living in each region, but it excludes people living in group quarters. So it was excluding people who lived in military barracks and prisons, but also emergency shelters and transitional housing and interim housing. And so as such, in the 6th cycle, the RENA did not include, or it did include the unsheltered population that is counted in the census, but did not include the sheltered homeless population living in group quarters. And so AB 3093, which was signed last year, changed that and has amended the RENA process going forward, that we will include acutely low income and extremely low income categories in planning for housing. And we will augment our data with locally available homelessness data, be it PIT count or HDIS or any other local data source deemed appropriate by HCD. I think I'm going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this one. And just talk briefly about our Housing Accountability Unit, because that's an important team that is here to support all of our jurisdictions. The Housing Accountability Unit's purpose is to ensure that all local jurisdictions meet their fair share of the state's housing needs and promote housing production at all income levels. And so what we do is provide education and technical assistance. That's always the first step in the process, and we'll provide as much technical assistance as is needed. It could be in the form of letters or guidance materials. And we also hold jurisdictions accountable for following the law through enforcement actions as needed. So a little bit about the HAU. I apologize for not advancing this slide. I need to get the hang of the double duty up here. A little bit about the HAU. It was formed in September 2021 directly by Governor Newsom. It's located in HCD's Housing Policy Development Division, as I mentioned. And there are about 47 staff members on the HAU and about 30 on our grants team. So all here to support you. This one, you could take a screenshot, or I'd be happy to provide anyone with this information. But this is how we collaborate with developers, advocates, local jurisdictions, and other stakeholders who may want to share complaints about potential violations of housing laws and or request technical assistance. So we have a portal for our Housing Accountability Unit. We have a portal if anyone needs guidance on ADU law or accessory dwelling unit law. We have a Surplus Land Act portal for anyone who has questions about that. And then we have email addresses available for folks who want to reach out to us about the housing elements and preservation. This is a little bit about what the HAU has been up to over the past couple of years, just a snapshot of the enforcement actions. And just to finish up, wanted to hit on some of our successes that we've had. So we've been able to unlock over 39,000 units through Surplus Land Act and through the work done by our Housing Accountability Unit. We're seeing more housing faster. We're seeing quicker construction. We're seeing increased ADU production. We're seeing more affordable housing. We're seeing more very low income units completed. And we're seeing faster development timelines. Density bonus successes, we've been able to increase deed restricted units and expanded our density, which were expanded through our density bonus initiatives, and our streamlined ministerial approval process has really helped us unlock more housing as well. So, conclusion before we get to questions. That was very dense, so thanks for sticking with me. But I hope that what you're coming away with is the importance of our state housing laws and how their implementation and enforcement are making a difference. And just want to end by saying HCD is here to help, starting with incentives and technical assistance and moving to enforcement if necessary. And I'll end by putting my contact information on the screen. If you have questions, you can feel free to email me. I'd be happy to connect you with any of my colleagues, but I'm happy to take questions. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jeff Morgan. I'm the executive director of CHISPA. We're a local nonprofit, and really appreciate your presentation. A lot of big changes at HCD. The question I have is, affordable housing development takes years. And a lot of the funding that's causing these increases came about probably before some of the fiscal issues that have happened with the state. What do you see as a trend in terms of affordable housing production going forward? Are you seeing a lot of new applications, or what are you seeing in the pipeline?
Yeah, I don't work in directly. That is a different team in our division that maybe has a more everyday view of that. But what we are seeing is the need to really be able to dedicate funding to sustain what we have, and really to work together as a region to plan for what we need. And so I apologize, it's not a better answer, but it's not my everyday area. I wish my colleague were here. If you email me, though, I'd be happy to provide you with a better answer.
Hi, my name is Megan Hunter. I'm a city manager for the city of Soledad. I just wanted to make a comment about the housing element process. It's very, very challenging and expensive for small jurisdictions who are generally pro-housing to go through the housing element process. We went back and forth. It cost our jurisdiction, which has very little money. Our general fund budget is about $15 million, about $300,000 to get through the housing element process. It would have been much better if we could have taken that money and used it for GAP to build affordable housing. So what kind of funding might there be in the future? I mean, we were able to use some REAP funding,
Yeah.
which was welcome, but I don't see that coming down the line, and we're just, scared about what new regulations keep coming down from the state, and they don't really work for rural communities. It doesn't feel like we're at the table when these housing legislation is coming down the pike. So what can you do to ensure that all voices are at the table, and that maybe there are some resources that come to jurisdictions so that they can complete their housing elements?
Yeah. I think that, first of all, I absolutely hear what you're saying. It would be wonderful if we had more funding for permanent housing, absolutely, and it would be wonderful if you could have put your funding towards that. Channeling what my HAU colleagues would say is that we're always available to provide as much technical assistance as possible. It is a hard process. It's a hard planning process, and we know how invested our local colleagues are in creating more housing and really planning for what's allocated in the arena. But I hear you. It's a tough process, and right now there's no more REAP or LEAP funding in the budget as of right now, as of what the state budget looks like. But we are always available to provide as much assistance as possible.
Great. Sarah, I'm over here.
Oh, hi. Hi.
Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo. A lot of good questions. One, I just wanted to comment on the by right state law that you talked about, just so you know how most recently we were granted an $8 million encampment resolution fund grant. It was the first time Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, and the city of Watsonville worked collaboratively on that application to deal with the homeless on Pajaro River. But as you know, even though it was by right, the project as the tiny homes was a by right, it was a new city manager, there was some council members in opposition, so they still allowed an appeal to go for the planning commission, then twice to the city council, and it delayed us for about a year unnecessarily, even though state HCD sent a letter in support of the project, which we appreciated. The law was on our side, so they knew that litigation they would lose in court, but nonetheless, it's just so you know, even if it's as clear as it could be in state law, we were still delayed, and it still costs the project money unnecessarily.
Yeah.
But going to legislative ideas, two of the things you talked about, one, the HAP funding. We're talking about hopefully round 7 of HAP funding potentially in the next fiscal year. We'll wait to see if the governor's May revise has another round of funding. We hope it does.
Yeah.
But your slide said that block grant allocation to COCs and to cities and to the big cities and the counties is based on the point in time count.
Yeah.
So here in our county, both San Benito and Monterey, we had 2 declines in the point in time in 2019 and 2022, I believe it was. We had 15% decline, 16% decline. So as a result of doing good work and reducing homelessness in our counties, we got penalized by getting less money. I think our county alone lost over $2 million. So I've raised this with the California State Association of Counties, but that would be an area, can we modify so that those counties that are making progress do not get punished with less resources in future years. And this last point in time, we had back an uptick now that we had less funding. So that's one policy area that I know HCD weighs in on all the legislation in Sacramento, so that would be one recommendation that would help counties like ours, San Benito, Monterey.
And just so you know, the pit count methodology is in statute, and so, and it's been in statute for every round of HAP.
Okay, so that's going to be a second bill idea that I got one from earlier, a second one, and a third potential bill idea would, for the hardest type of housing, permanent supportive housing for our homeless residents, as an incentive to local governments, can HCD, and also as a legislative idea, can we give additional credits for RENA numbers for those units that are constructed in local communities? So they could get like double the credit for the type of housing that is first. We think that's a real incentive for local governments to build more of that type of housing that always gets the NIMBYism and is always the hardest to get local governments to gain approvals for.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on those?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not able to comment on anything that might be a bill idea. But in terms of incentives, that's absolutely what we're looking to do with HAP is we're trying to shape the program such that we're achieving the priority of, we know our homelessness problem is severe, and it will only get better with more housing. And so that's why we're trying to incentivize permanent housing and sustaining existing interim housing in HAP in round 6, in round 5, in previous rounds. You can see the progression of the prioritization of permanent housing as we really realize what we need to do in order to solve homelessness. Does that address your question?
Sort of, but I get your position.
Okay. All right. Okay. That went by quickly. Yeah, sure. I can take one last question. Yeah. Yeah, so for round 5, that was a new requirement in round 5 that grantees had to submit an MOU, and it's basically a commitment that every eligible entity or every jurisdiction that's signing on to the regional plan is committing to, and it's supposed to specify all of the roles and responsibilities for who's in charge of what activity in the grant. And so committed to by every jurisdiction. So for HAP 6, we're allowing grantees to update their round 5 MOU. We just awarded HAP 5 last year. It's still relatively new, and we know that not much may have changed in the HAP 5 MOUs. And so we're allowing grantees to simply update what they have if that is what works for them. Great. Thank you. I'll be here and available if anybody wants to chat afterwards. Thank you.
Guess we'll go ahead and get started since we're all here. Good afternoon, everybody. We're happy that you joined us today. My name is Abrina Ganadin. I am the Continuum of Care Program Manager for the Coalition. We're going to be talking about elevating lived experience and focusing our conversation around experiences, challenges, and strategies for embedding people with lived experience into programs and policy. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to our panel today.
Hi everyone, Jocelyn Curran. I'm the Senior Director for the Bay Area and Central Coast with Downtown Streets team. We've been operating in Salinas for the past 5.5 years, and we work with folks that are experiencing homelessness by providing a workforce development program, as well as we have a rapid rehousing program.
I'm Jesse Shaw. I work with Interim Incorporated, and thank you. And we've been around for 50 years now. This is our 50th year in Monterey County. I work as a wellness navigator and peer advocacy coordinator. And we provide housing services and behavioral health services for people in Monterey County with mental illness or substance use or a combination.
Thanks, Jesse. My name is Julius Mills-Denti. I am the Director of Central California Programs for Step Up on Second. And we've been in Monterey now for 4.5 years, and we have programs in Salinas and King City and Soledad as well. So county-wide stuff. Ran a supportive housing program for a while, and now we do a lot of scattered site work. We run a motel in King City, have an encampment resolution project in Soledad, and sort of a widespread case management / housing navigation operation going around town here. So glad to be here and talk about good work. And Tim is up.
Tim Heaven, good to see a lot of familiar faces here. First of all, I have lived experience with being homeless or unhoused, people say. I currently work as a community health worker for St. Vincent Preventative Family Care. I also am very involved in the fight to end homelessness with other organizations I collaborate and work with and consult with. I'm on the CLC Leadership Council Governance Committee. I'm the co-chair of the Monitoring and Evaluations Committee. I created and I chair the Lived Experience Advisory Directive, the LEAD, which is a 15-member board of people with experienced homelessness. Also, I advocate and I work closely with the Corporation for Supportive Housing on the California State Policy Advisory Committee. And also, there's one more, I'm on the Community Action Board in San Benito County as well. I'm a community health worker though, that's a big part of like engaging like the lived experience part of the work I do, is being a community health worker. That's what they kind of look for, is people with that lived experience. To be, I kind of helped spearhead actually this whole CalAIM expansion with the other work I do. And so yeah, that's how kind of we engage the peer supports and the utilization.
Thank you, Tim. All the committees, and yeah, I forgot to ask you guys to briefly share about how you've implemented the utilization of people with lived experience in your organizations as part of your introduction. So can you please share that?
Sure. So we call our clients team members, capital T, capital M, proper noun, because we really want to prioritize them, their opinions, their thoughts, their feelings. We provide compensation for their time as they participate in our program, so I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. We also offer part-time employment opportunities for what we call our participant employees. Those are also folks that are experiencing homelessness. And what we do is we provide kind of a pathway through employment. So our team members are folks that are living on the street, haven't had a job for 12 plus weeks. Usually they're chronically homeless. And so we help walk with them through their journey so that they can move from homelessness to full-time employment, and if they're interested, housing as well. And so it's really about honoring their time, providing them with compensation. We also do an annual survey where we are soliciting their thoughts and their opinions about how we're doing, how we're providing services, and what we can do better to make sure that what we're doing is truly meeting their needs.
I'm Jesse, yeah, same. So, just kidding. No, I have a lot more to say. My bosses are over there, so I gotta make sure I rep them right. But no, yeah, with Interim, we really believe in peer advocacy. The program I work for directly is Success Over Stigma, and what that's all about is empowering peers to share their stories and to share their opinions about what works for them. And one of our program aspects is our peer advisory council, and we take one representative, one client, a peer, from every interim program. We have so many programs, and we meet every other month and talk about what's going on. And that, I'm the only staff member there. I have lived experience with mental health and substance use, but I don't have lived experience with homelessness. But for that council, I'm the only staff, so we all share share what's going on, and it's a way for basically for clients to talk directly to the county instead of it being a 5-email chain that falls through the cracks. Almost all of our programs have CSWs, community support workers, that are all have lived experience, and our wellness navigators all have lived experience either themselves or with a family member. So without that, I mean, that's the biggest thing for me personally. I've received services in Riverside County, where I'm from. Several agencies, I'm not going to mention their name because I have nothing good to say about the agencies I received services from. But coming to interim, that was the biggest thing that I really wanted to work with them, is because it felt like a support team instead of that hierarchy. Whether it's clinicians or psychiatrists or counselors or wellness navigators, it all feels like a support team. And that's all based on the peers, what the peer has to say. And part of our recovery task force and peer advisory council, we follow that peer-led movement, and the slogan is "Nothing about us without us." That's our biggest thing.
Love that. Julius?
Thanks, Jesse. That's a pretty robust effort you got going. Step Up's gone through a pretty interesting transition over the last year, and we've transitioned from being a daily on-site supportive services provider to a scattered site service provider, which has adjusted the way that we are including folks with lived experience into our programs and our hiring. Prior to the transition, we had a weekly tenant advisory committee that would actually meet on site where the tenants lived. And that wasn't designed to just have it for a news publicity stunt, but it was rather an ongoing group that would actually help inform some of the policy, make recommendations to the property managers, and try to drive change based on how the folks who are living there were impacted. And we implemented a similar version in King City, albeit to a lesser extent. We also have a workforce development program where we'll hire folks who are currently enrolled in our programs to work on a stipend basis. And I'll save a little bit of the details about how you can actually implement that into your respective programs and use the money to make that happen for a question that's probably coming down the line here. But that's something that we've done too, offers a direct pathway to employment that is reasonable for folks who haven't been employed for a long time.
Yeah, thank you guys for that. I want to just lift up the work that interim and downtown streets team and Step Up all do. They're probably at they're operating at a very high level as far as peers go. And I think this whole, not too many people know about the whole CalAIM expansion, but like the community health worker involvement in this peer support thing, which I am a community health worker, is really such a significant factor that can be implemented in a lot of programs.
Thank you. All right, next question is for Jesse and Tim, but you guys feel free to give your input. Why is it essential to meaningfully integrate people with lived experience into program design, policy development, and service delivery? And what impact have you seen when this is done well?
First, Tim? Me go first? Okay. So I love that question. We were both like super excited on the practice session for that one. For me, I think what I really wanted to say was that without that voice of the people that we're trying to support, a lot of the times when these programs get rolled out, it's about hiding homelessness. It's about sweeping it under a rug. And without that voice, it's not very human. It's easy to dehumanize people who are homeless or have substance use or mental health illness. So I think without that aspect, it just becomes dehumanizing, and at the same time, it's also still not considering their self-determination, which is a huge part of supporting people, is using their voice. Without that element of people's own experience, we end up speaking for others, and it's not sustainable. We all know what it feels like to have someone tell us what's best for us, We might agree in the moment because we have to, but it's harder for us to sustain that. And also, I found like an example with our peer advisory council that when we have people that share their own stories, they feel empowered and they want to bring other people to the table who have the same experience. And it's organic and it grows itself and it's not punitive. Because I think when you don't allow people to speak for themselves about something that concerns them directly, it's the same as telling them you're not competent, you're not a member of the community, and that's the biggest problem we're having. Is we're trying to not repair. When we don't include them, we're trying to eliminate or quiet. So I think that's the most important part. And when it works, when we do it right, it's like I said, it's organic and it's self-sustaining, and it's what do you call it? I'm trying to think of the best word, but basically it runs itself, and it allows everyone to be a part of it in ways that really matter.
Thank you for that. I think there's a saying, I don't know if everyone's heard it or not, it's nothing about us without us, right? And it's essential to have meaningful integration of people with lived experience into program designs, policy development, and service delivery, because we carry the type of expertise first that can't be learned from, like textbooks or reading. This is a real lived experience. We could relate. It's hard for anyone to meet someone where they're at if they haven't been there. We could say we're meeting them where they're at, but are we meeting them where they're at, or are we meeting them where we want them to be at? And I found that interesting in the Housing First conversation earlier, and I wish I was here to address that with a lot of folks, is we know firsthand the gaps, the barriers, and the unintended consequences that often get overlooked when programs are designed without the input of people with lived experience. And when we involve individuals with lived experience from the beginning, we create systems that are not only more compassionate, culturally relevant, but also far more effective. Our voices ensure that services are person-centered rather than system-centered, and services that actually meet people where they are instead of where they assume they should be. So there's a different, I always look at it on a policy level, service delivery level, and then this our insight on the policy level. Our insight helps dismantle harmful stereotypes and exposes policy blind spots that professionals without those experience might miss. It also shifts the focus from managing symptoms of addressing root causes and driving real systemic change. And the service delivery, having people with lived experience involved fosters trust, breaks down stigma, and creates environments where clients feel seen, heard, and respected. It humanizes the work. It builds authentic relationships, and often leads to better engagement, retention, and outcomes. And so I just want to mention that meaningful integration is crucial. I mean, there's a lot of tokenism that happens that I've noticed as well. And it's about recognizing that lived expertise is a professional expertise. It's about partnerships, power sharing, and building systems that are designed with the people they serve. Thank you.
Actually, I wanted to add something real quick to that, Tim. Just what you're sharing, really. I think even specifically, not only having people who have lived experience, but have lived experience in that county that they're offering services. Because you learn a lot when you're providing services on how to navigate it, but you learn the most when you've had to navigate it yourself. My program manager, Katrina, she was a client of Interim's for years before she became the program manager. And I've never seen someone deliver services so well, because she's like, oh, yeah, you got to go to she knows exactly what to do and what needs to be done from that perspective, instead of this kind of bullet point robotic, something you find on a website you can't find with someone who has lived experience in that particular county even, or even the city. And the people we just saw, the last presentation we saw was 81% of people in Monterey County that are homeless are from here. They're not a big stereotype is that people from the Bay are coming out and receiving services. It's not the case. So we need people who are not only have lived experience, but have lived experience here. So.
I also think about it like this. They always say an addict can best serve and help another addict, right? The same thing with anything else in life. A person with that experience could best serve that person with homelessness, anything in life, really. That peer support that's been through it obviously is going to be the best to be able to help that person.
I
think a lot of what happens when somebody is unsheltered is they're treated in, like Jesse was saying, a dehumanizing way, and there's a loss of dignity that comes with that. And so the bare minimum that we can do as service providers is to treat the people we serve with dignity, and part of that is hearing what they have to say, honoring what they have to say, and taking it seriously, implementing it into our programs, because without that, we could be providing a service that is deeply unuseful, and that's not a good use of time, resources. And so if we really want to serve the population that we're focusing on, we have to hear from them directly about what it is that they need. Because like the panel is saying, without that lived experience, there is no way for somebody to truly understand. We can empathize, we can have an open heart and an open mind, but we can't actually understand what it is to worry about where you're gonna use the restroom, where are you gonna shower, so that you can show up for whatever your obligations are that day. So from DST's perspective, it's kind of the bare minimum that we can do is to listen to the voice of those with lived experience and make sure that it's deeply embedded in the services we provide.
Great answers, guys. Thank you. Yes. All right, this next question, I think we might have touched on this a little, but just to dive a little deeper, Julius and Jocelyn. What are some common challenges organizations face when trying to move from tokenism to true partnership with individuals with lived experience? And how can these challenges be addressed?
All right, that's a big question. And I've thought about it a little bit, and I think Jesse and Tim shared some convincing points that I'll try to capture in my answer here. When we think about tokenism, we think about like a symbolic and perfunctory way of lifting someone from an underrepresented group up and into the limelight, but not building sustainable systems within our programs that will allow those folks to have continued long-term success. So for homeless service providers, this may look like a featured news article with a person who's moved beyond homelessness, and that might be posited as a success story, right? It might be an organization's way of putting stuff on their social media page around the folks who are doing well within their programs. And all of this stuff is important. I don't want to say that it's not, because it acknowledges the good work that we're doing and it affirms our efforts. But at times it can hide the structural obstacles that perpetuate homelessness and cause homelessness and allow folks to not engage in those really important discussions. And I think we run the risk of overdoing it and saturating our success stories with the people we serve and not really looking at what we're doing when we're failing to serve those who are enrolled in our programs. And to take it a step further, I think a couple ways we can address the challenges of tokenism. I think there's some practical things that programs can do right away. One thing that Step Up's done is we've actually built in our job descriptions when we were a supportive housing provider that the tenant advisory committee has to meet weekly. So every service coordinator who came in was responsible for facilitating that group and ensuring that it continues and isn't just a one-time thing when there's disgruntled tenants at your property. You can have your HR, so you can work with your HR teams on making that a condition of a job description. If you are in the supportive housing business, making sure that's built into the job description so your staff, when they come in, your Lyme staff, are prepared to start facilitating those groups and have the professional support to do so. I think you can also hire people on a stipend basis. And you want to look at like, what's cool about some of the stuff that funds our programs, the HAP and the ERF money, is that it's flexible enough to build in hiring folks with lived experience into your staffing structure. And so what we've done is we'll hire folks who might not be ready for full-time or even part-time work on a stipend basis and build the efficacy for them, build the efficacy with them for a while until they're ready to transition into community-based employment. And we'll put that on a line item in personnel or a separate line item in workforce development and actually submit that to the funder. And I think one more thing, I think Tim talked about genuine relationships. We talk a lot about building relationships, but we often don't talk about how we do that. I think it's really important for service providers to really think about the how they're building relationships with people with lived experience. I was doing a CARS assessment with a client in King City recently, and I tested this out. I asked him, how long has he experienced homelessness? And he hated the fact that I used the word experience in my question. He said, I haven't experienced homelessness, I am homeless. And it made me never want to say people have experienced homelessness again, even though it's a small sample size. And his statement was, it was less about learned helplessness. It wasn't that his homelessness was an identity stamp, but it was more of a statement of resistance when he was sitting across from a social worker who was pushing paperwork. And so I want to say to everybody in this room that what you say really matters, and the language of resistance should influence how you're operating with the people that you serve. So the most difficult and the resistant clients should not be the clients who are discharged from your programs for non-compliance. They should be the clients who test you to adjust your approach. And I think the same is true for the language of change. When you hear change and when you talk with people about how they've overcome their homelessness or moved beyond it, you want to capture those moments and then try to create systems around them. And I know that's a big general statement, but it's worth paying attention to.
It's a tough act to follow. Part of kind of the challenge that we are struggling with is that funders are motivated by those success stories. And so as nonprofits that are looking for that funding so that we can serve more individuals, we need to kind of pander to that demographic. And so there is a place for these kinds of stories. But what we try to do at DST is we have weekly success meetings. And so at those meetings, what we're doing is we're celebrating every kind of success. If somebody smokes one less cigarette that day, that's something that's worth celebrating. If they have gone to the dentist and they've been avoiding it for years and years, that is a success that we want to celebrate. Success looks different for everybody, and so while for certain audiences it does have a box that it fits in, we want to make sure that every individual we serve is recognized for the effort that they're putting in, whatever that effort might look like. I think we also, we ask everyone to show up and give their 100%, recognizing that everybody's 100% looks different. And so that also feeds into why success looks different for everybody, because maybe just showing up that day is a success for somebody, and that in and of itself is worth celebrating. And so what we try to do also to address this, kind of highlighting certain voices or those that are louder or potentially more well-spoken or their story is more compelling. What we really want to do is as I mentioned before, we have this annual survey. And so what we're doing is we're asking folks, have you been to the hospital less since engaging with Downtown Streets team? Have you been having more positive interactions with law enforcement since engaging with DST? How do you feel seen and heard by your case manager? Do you feel respected by the program manager? And so we're making sure that at least on an annual basis, we have this touch point with all of our folks so that we make sure they do feel valued, that they do feel that their voice is heard, and that we want to implement what it is that they have to say. And on a more kind of monetary basis, we have our stipends, and those come in the form of gift cards, and that is for folks that are participating in our weekly workshops and our weekly success meetings. So it's part of that compensating folks for spending 2 hours of their week with us, learning employment-related skills, working on the soft skills and hard skills that are necessary for employment. So sometimes there's arts and crafts, and it's about vision boarding and really kind of thinking about what their future might look like when they haven't done that yet. Or it's something about as tangible as resume building. Let's sit down, let's work out what you can add to your resume, and so that when you go to a job fair, you have something to hand to folks. And so when we're providing them with those stipends, the point is to help them meet their basic needs so that they can transition from survival mode to goal-setting mode. Because if you're worried about where your meal is going to come from, or where you're going to use the restroom, or how you're going to get your toothbrush and your toothpaste paid for, you can't think about what you need to think about in order to secure employment. And so we want to make sure that our gift cards are useful. And so we're taking polls on a consistent quarterly basis saying, okay, are these still the gift cards that you want to receive? Are these the denominations that are most helpful to you? And so we're just making sure that we're having those consistent checkpoints with folks so that we can ensure that our services are meeting the needs as much as possible.
Thanks, guys. All right, next question is for Tim and Julius. Can you share examples of advisory boards, leadership roles, or co-design programs where people with lived experience played a central and effective role, and what made these efforts successful?
I guess I'll go first. So, yeah, this is a really great question, and I think that we have a lot of improvement that we could make in this area on this question, because I just want to touch on, like, when I was hearing the Housing First conversation earlier, I felt like this is the one thing that Housing First is not just housing, it's wraparound services that come with it. And the best model is having a peer support, social worker and another worker working as a team collaboratively with the client. And so a lot of the issues that I heard discussed could be addressed if there was that team able to work with the client. But if we don't have that team able to work with the client, then that's, we're not gonna have that same success. So I just want to mention that I think that's an area where you can improve on. I did, so I created and I chair the Lived Experience Advisory Directive. And, when I did that, I was on the Leadership Council, and I just felt like my voice wasn't enough. I felt like we needed more people, to be a voice for the voiceless, because a lot of folks out there, they don't have a voice. It's hard for them to advocate for themselves, so I created the lead as a way to do that. It's not just a symbolic board, it has voting power though. And so we review policies before they are finalized and regularly present recommendations to the Leadership Council. Because of our input, we have worked toward changing intake processes to be more trauma-informed care, simplified housing applications, and push for low-barrier housing first navigation center models that will lead to significantly higher placement rates, people that want to actually get into programs, that there's a lot of folks, as an outreach worker, it is so hard sometimes to get folks to even want to go into a program because of the experience they've had elsewhere. And then when we get them into the program, it's like they're like quickly exited for any reason. And it's like, wow, like, that's crazy, as hard as it was for them to get in there, And so having, and then also like in leadership roles. So I have been serving on the Leadership Council for about 5 years now. I created the lead. I started working with ASN doing homeless outreach, and as St. Vincent as a community health worker. The doors haven't closed though. Like I have stepped into further leadership roles. I co-chair the Monitoring Evaluations Committee, and also I'm on the California State Policy Advisory Committee. So I work closely with people like Alex, who was here speaking earlier, and I go to frequent meetings with state officials and leaders to advocate for policy changes. I think like this is my personal experience. Like one of the highlights of my advocacy efforts and leadership roles is like several weeks ago in Sacramento, I got to present next to Assemblymember Gibson in Sacramento and introducing a new monumental bill, Assembly Bill 1165, which will create a permanent funding stream for homelessness and housing. And I was watching him go up and speak, and he was like, wow, this sounds like Martin Luther King. But I got to speak after him, and it was really just a highlight of like how engaging people with lived experience can progress. You know what I mean? Like I should be an example of the progression that could be made. But I didn't do it alone. I had some great support out there too. So yeah, that's all I have.
I'm wondering how many people in the room knew that Tim was doing all this stuff. Okay, good. Well, I'm asking because it's important, because it sort of leads to what I want to talk about and how I want to answer this question is, and I'm not trying to tell you any more work. I know we're friends, but I was like, Tim should be having regular community forums where the people in this room and in the other rooms can attend. And that way he can share the work that he and his group are doing and actually share these results on a screen. Because until he just shared them with me, even though some of our clients overlap in the community and we talk about work from time to time, I wasn't aware of all of this stuff. And I think that's a structural issue that goes back to the question I answered formerly. So there needs to be more opportunities for this kind of engagement. Step Up, like I said, we've done tenant advisory boards. I think a highlight for us was when I think about including people with lived experience into program design and program facilitation. It also means including members of the community. So we had the fire chief, we had Salinas PD, we had interim staff, we had Salinas outreach team. A couple of years ago, we had a big community circle at our Work Street site with about 40 folks, followed by breakout groups that were led by the members themselves about the pressing issues in the community. And a lot of people attended that. And yes, that was a one-time event, but it shows that people do want to come participate in a community-oriented process that feels fair. And I think the how we participate is very important too. It's one thing to have a tenant advisory group that just talks about policy and expresses all their frustrations about how screwed up everything is. It's another thing to have the people participating in that group really feel connected. So in Soledad a couple weeks ago, this wasn't the best one we've ever done, and it was funny. A staff got bit by one of our clients' dogs, and I felt bad for her. That's a sidebar. But we had a big restorative circle with a ball of yarn, and we passed the ball of yarn around, and the person who passed it asked a question, and then the receiver answered that question. So tell me about a time in your life when you overcame an obstacle, and how did you make that happen? What's one change in your life that you would like to make, and what's getting in your way? And these are universal questions. They don't just sort of categorize the homelessness experience. If you thought about a change that you want to make in your life, like I've been trying to make the same change for 10 years and can't do it, right? And so we're a lot more connected that way. And then at the end, the ball of yarn makes this cool web, and you drop it on the floor, and it's symbolic of how individual differences can sort of be celebrated within the context of a community. So when we think about our advisory boards and our participation and how we're including people, think about the process of inclusion, and if those folks that are sitting there with you actually feel it, or if you're just doing it because it's a perfunctory thing to do that you put on your grant, right? So those are some things that I think you can do when you're operating these tenant advisory committees. Make sure they're consistent, make sure the participation is felt, and people have a voice, and the discussion topics are universal, and they're not, I guess, dichotomous.
I think this was a two-part question too, right?
Oh, shit, no,
I think, I was just looking at it now, but like the efforts to meaningfully integrate people with lived experience were, like the success of that would be like shared power and decision making, right? And actually, it really needs to start with the leadership, though. You know, it has to start with the leadership. There has to be leadership buy-in. You know, if the leadership hasn't bought in, nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to happen. You know, you have to have leadership, and all across government, organizations, they have to buy in and realize that this is a solution. Like the solution, this lived experience, it's not just about inclusivity. It's about evidence-based results. You know what I'm saying? Like Housing First is the only evidence-based result, like program that's ever been known. You know, so there's a bunch of other things that we've tried all that over the years. You know, this is the first one that's actually evidence-based, proven to work. You know what I'm saying? But it's about having that buy-in that it does work. You know, and it's about having that inclusivity of people with lived experience. You know, compensation and value recognition. You know, support and professional development. You know, like empowering people. You know, we have to empower people. Like Julius was saying, like all we could do, like motivational interviewing is a huge part of that too, and just like trying to get people to think about questions and stuff they wouldn't normally think about. You know what I mean? Like just sparking that thought for change. You know what I mean? Is really crucial.
I think one thing I'd like to add is that part of making sure that folks are embedded in leadership structures is just trusting that those with lived experience have a voice that is worth being heard, and also that they are inherently capable. What we have found is that the kind of pervasive narrative is that those that are unsheltered are simply not capable of holding down full-time employment for XYZ reason. But we have embedded leadership opportunities within our program. And we have come to see on a day-to-day basis how incredibly capable and supercharged their powers are when it comes to motivating those that are picking up debris on the streets or are having a bad day and they're showing up to a workshop. Those that have that lived experience, when they are put into management roles, they step up, and they step up in a huge, huge way. They care more, they try harder, they are there every single day wanting to show just how capable they are. And so by providing opportunities for folks to step up, they will every single time.
Hello. Thank you guys. You guys are giving some really great answers here. Next one is for Jocelyn, and then Julius as well if you want to tap in. Compensation is often a barrier when engaging people with lived experience. What are best practices for fairly compensating for their time and expertise?
Sure. So I've touched on this a little bit. So we have different layers of compensation that we provide, and we have different strategies that we employ to make sure that those methods are successful. So first up is the stipends that I've mentioned, and so that is simply for showing up to our weekly workshop and our weekly success meeting. The main tip to success there is that we are consistent with what we are providing, when we are providing it, and the denominations in which folks can choose their gift cards. We also, I think choose is the operative word there. We're not just handing out the same thing every single time, assuming that there's a one-size-fits-all solution. We have a variety of gift cards that folks can choose from, and they get to choose every single week. So maybe one week they need gas for their car. Great, they can get an ARCO card. Maybe the next week they actually need to get some new shoes, so they want a Walmart card. And so we make sure that by having a whole slew of different gift cards, that folks can really choose whatever best suits them for that week. We also have these part-time positions that we're offering, and we're paying competitive wages, $17 and $19 an hour for folks that are working 20 hours a week. And so our kind of programmatic philosophy is that we are starting with folks that have been out of the workforce for a very, very long time. They are not used to showing up places at a specific time. Teamwork is a new skill that they need to build. Being managed by somebody is a new skill that they need to build, or it's a rusty skill that they need to kind of brush up on. And so by showing up to these weekly workshops and to the weekly success meeting, they're able to build those skills again. And then at those meetings, they are building additional skills, like I mentioned, the resume building, and we do mock interviews and kind of the whole slew of different services that might be necessary so that folks can be successful in an interview setting, but then also successful when they progress to part-time or full-time employment. So they start out as a team member, showing up to these weekly workshops and success meetings. Then, if they're interested, they do not have to. Everything about our case management philosophy is opt-in. That's part of how we meet folks where they're at. And so if they do want to move forward, we have these part-time employment opportunities. They're showing up 20 hours a week. They have to clock in using a system. They have our program manager that they're reporting to. They are then managing other folks, and so they're building management-related skills that they can then add to their resume. And they're receiving hourly wages in order to do so. And so there's this pathway that they are following, and so we want to extend that pathway as long as possible so that they can truly be successful, because the idea is that once they've done this part-time employment for 6 to 12 months, they're ready for full-time employment, 40 hours a week, and we're helping them secure that employment. And it is in jobs that they want to really be in. So we're not saying you need to do X, Y because of your experience. We're saying, okay, what are you interested in? Do you like being outside? Do you like being inside? Do you want to do customer service? Would you rather do health services? And then what we do is we use our employment specialists, our case managers, and we try and find opportunities that really best suit their skill set so that they can move on to a career. And so we're always acknowledging what their contributions are. At the success meeting, we're telling our STE participant employees, thank you for showing up. Thank you for supporting team members in this way, and making sure that we're giving public recognition to folks, because compensation does make a difference, but it's also about building folks up, helping them really hard charge their self-confidence and see that not only am I doing a good job here, but I'm valued here, and what I'm doing makes a difference. And so all of those things together are what we've seen help our folks be most successful in pursuing full-time employment. Oh, and open communication always. I think, I just looked at my notes, sorry. But one of the things that our case managers do incredibly well is building these trust-based relationships with our clients, our team members. And so we consider ourselves professional problem solvers. And so somebody might have a bad day and their backpack got stolen. They will call a case manager and they will say, I just lost all my stuff. Do you have XYZ at the office? And we will do everything we can to help them get what they need so that they can get through the night, the week, anything that might help them in that way. But our case managers are available, within business hours. But always. And so it's not about, you could walk in and you would have the same access as somebody that wasn't actively participating in our program. And so you can call, you can text, you can show up. The office is open. And so by maintaining that open communication with our folks, we try really hard to walk the walk and to make sure that our folks know that we do that on a regular basis.
Great, thank you. We've talked a lot about how we implement people with lived experience into programs and, including their voices and things like that. But more specifically, how can organizations, for Jesse and Tim, sorry, how can organizations ensure that lived experience voices are not only heard, but have real influence in decision-making processes?
Go first? Okay. A big thing that came up earlier that Jocelyn was saying that really stuck out for this question was in terms of having people, not only empowering people, but having their voices actually, come to fruition, what they want to actually implement. I think a big part of it, from what I've seen, is kind of goes back to what we're talking about. Not only picking people, selecting people with lived experience who are like poster children for it, who have the perfect non-symptomatic voice or they're the most coherent. It's really about their lived experience in total. And I look at it from a mental health and substance use background, but in terms of like relapse and the fact that recovery, including housing, stable housing, is not linear. And the fact that if someone can share their story, while struggling, that's really empowering for other people. And because that's the most humanizing part. Because if you see someone, say for instance, with the analogy of substance use, if you see someone who has 30 years sober and they're speaking to someone who has a month sober, it's a big gap. It's a big gap in understanding. But someone who's navigated the housing system in Monterey County, for example, and has been failed and has been successful and has, they've been homeless, they've had housing, they've temporary, permanent, all these things. Their story is going to be a lot more powerful from my experience as a service provider. I've seen that those kind of stories be more effective, and they're just more realistic in the long run. And but in terms of having the more people on various different stages of recovery or stages of homelessness, or that's, I think, having those multiple voices really ensures that their voices get heard. Because if it's one person, it's still, I've seen it happen. Basically what I'm trying to say is there's still a hierarchy. Someone who's been housed for 20 years, they haven't been homeless in 20 years, they'll tend to, from my experience, get heard a little more than someone who was just homeless a month ago. And in order for them I think their opinions and their voices to be heard, it needs to be just like everyone else. There needs to be multiple voices, not just one, person with lived experience. That's one way. And the second thing I wanted to share was just that, for example, when we have our peer advisory council, the fact is that we take notes, for example, like hard notes on those groups. Everyone gets sent it, and they're able to check those notes before they go anywhere. Because sometimes, even with someone sharing their voice, a staff member or a clinician might, reword it so it's a little more, quote, coherent, and it totally changes the message. And sometimes it waters down, and it stops being their voice. And so I think, we have to treat it like it was a clinician's voice, but also here, we have to support them. And sometimes clients need support in wording it in a way that's easier to hear, but we don't want to change the message. And I think that's the biggest thing is don't treat it any different than a clinician's voice in that way.
And that's nope, there we go. So I think, we have to give, the lived experience is to me, it's that's the most important piece of any organization, should be the most important piece of any organization when creating their rules, regulations, and policies, and just overall program in general. Not just to, we got to give lived experience people real decision-making authority, not just advisory roles. Involve them early, co-design, don't just consult. Pay them fairly and remove barriers to participation. Create safe, inclusive spaces where they can thrive, build leadership skills and offer ongoing support, track and show how their input is used. Leaderships must actively back and model respect for lived experience. Just for my situation, I felt purpose in my life by getting involved in this fight to end homelessness, you know. And a lot of people, like that could be their purpose as well. It doesn't have to be mine, you know. And that's the most important I think we could do is instill a little hope and love, and show a little hope and love, you know, for people. A lot of people have lost all hope, you know. They don't care enough about themselves anymore, even, you know. So we have to show that. We have to bring love and care with us everywhere we go, you know, and just try to empower them and show them that they are cared about and that they are worth it, that they do have a purpose.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I wanted to just say that on the compensation piece, last question, there's a lot of different ways that you can compensate folks in your programs to meet different needs, right? So at our old project, there was a massive landscaping need, and there wasn't enough in the maintenance budget to actually hire a full-time groundskeeper. So we employed 4 of our members on a super part-time basis to handle all of the groundskeeping or the porter duties that would have built into one full-time job description. If you have a stipend program through your organization, you can partner with the police department if they need support on groundskeeping around their department office. If you are a city council member who could use support with some basic data entry, there could be 6 to 10 hours available that you could work on an MOU with the service provider. And because it's a stipend payment, you're not held liable for a lot of the things that you would be if you hired a full-time employee with benefits. And so that gives someone a pathway to employment and also creates sustainable partnerships within the community and debunks the whole notion of othering that happens when we talk about people experiencing homelessness. When I worked with Soledad on the budget for our new ERF project, Megan and Beatrice, they're in the room right now, they knew about a person in the program and wanted to build it in the budget to make sure that that person would become employed through the grant funding. And the chief of police and the chief of fire also discussed this person as well, who is currently living in a motel, but this was part of the project design and a big part of the discourse before we even began our work. So you want to just think outside of your own organization as well. Look at the partnering agencies that you work with. See if they have needs that can be met. If you're next to a hotel that needs to fill a need somewhere, whether it's general maintenance, trash pickup, some sort of work that can be done, make it happen, because those are, you know, ways to sort of bridge the gap.
Thank you, Julius. All right, we were almost out of time, so we have a couple more questions left, but I just wanted to get a quick show of hands for anybody who may have questions for our panel, just to kind of gauge how much time we need to spend on questions. Just one? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move on then, and then we'll go to you, Jennifer. Tim, I feel like you guys have so efficiently answered all these questions and then some, and so we've kind of probably touched base on the last couple questions, but Tim, this one's for you. What strategies can help shift organizational culture to value lived experience as professional expertise?
Hello. I'll just echo what I was really saying earlier about just it has to start at the top. You know what I'm saying? It has to start at the top with leadership, modeling, and commitment, and then embedding lived experience into policies and structures, equal pay and career pathways, and just having like cultural humility and anti-bias training. I think a lot of it goes into training too. And I know we're, you know, and like Jocelyn was saying earlier, like highlight and celebrate lived experience success stories. You know what I mean? That's important to do. Build strong mentorship and peer support systems. I think that's probably the biggest thing that we can do, is just develop this system of peer supports. Like I said, when people find purpose in their life, like I've been through a lot in my life, incarceration, homelessness, but everything came to a full circle when I realized that this was my purpose. You know, everything happened for a reason. It's because it instilled me with that wisdom that I can't get from a book, you know, and that really gave me a purpose and drive in my life, and I'm sure it can in many other folks' lives as well. And yeah, and just implement like accountability measures for it as well, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Tim. Last question for all of you. Can you provide examples, which you already have a little, but examples of how your organization meets people where they are and why this is a priority?
So for us, we consider ourselves a low barrier program. So what that means is that somebody can show up at a success meeting with nothing, and all we need is their signature on our intake form, and we can provide them with services. They get to choose what services they receive. It is opt-in case management always. We're never going to tell somebody what they need to do or how they need to do it. We want them to meet us halfway, and so we ask them, we do a goals assessment, and we ask them, what are your goals, personal, professional, and otherwise? And then we make a plan with them, what feels achievable, what feels possible, and we work with them as they move forward through all of those goals. And so that is a hugely core piece of what we do. We also, we're trauma informed. We recognize that every individual has a story. There's a reason why somebody is struggling with substance use disorder. There is a reason why they're not in communication with their family. And so we want to support everyone regardless of what their past is so that they can achieve their goals and move forward to self-sufficiency. And the final thing is we really believe that there is no one-size-fits-all solution here. Every person that is experiencing homelessness is an individual. They do have their own past. And so the services that we provide are individualized based on that person, what they need, what they want. And I think that is a very core piece to meeting somebody where they are. What is possible? That looks different for everyone, and we wouldn't want to discourage somebody from moving forward towards achieving their goals because we have set parameters around that are discouraging. And so yeah, low barrier program, individualized approach, trauma informed, lots of empathy.
I think for interim, I think it's the whole piece is having the lived experience. Almost all of our, like I said, wellness navigators and community support workers have lived experience. So a lot of time, a client or peer's first interaction is going to be with someone with lived experience. I think that's huge, and I think that really, helps destigmatize it, and it helps build rapport. A lot of people, they don't want to deal with clinicians because they've had negative traumatic experiences before. And but I know with my program, specifically Success Over Stigma, there was one specific example that was really powerful. That we had a peer that was sharing their story. They were like the head person for this program, and they had a relapse in their substance use, which consequence was put their housing at risk, and they were hospitalized. And while they were hospitalized, they were invited to speak at another panel, and this organization had gotten stipends to buy this client's books. They were a writer, and basically while they were in the hospital, this client found out that they were asked to speak and to share their story, and that became a big part of their recovery. They gave them something to look forward to right out of the hospital, gave them a reason to stay in their housing, to do these things, and everyone was so encouraging, and it wasn't stigmatized or punished or anything like that. And I think a big part of interim is that it's just like Tim was saying, it's not just housing first, it's not housing only either, it's the whole thing. And providing that sense of community is going to be I think that's what's most long lasting for all of our clients' success, is just having a system that perpetuates itself within recovery. And I think that's and it's the biggest part of that is having people who have lived experience be part of it, not just consuming services, but actually providing them as well.
Thanks, Jesse. I think Step Up tries to meet people where they're at through the exchange of language and how we listen. I think, and I probably can be annoying, some of my staff are here, I don't like it when we're working with members and we say sounds like after they say things. I don't like it when we do the act of listening, what I hear you saying. So I don't like any of this prescriptive pathologizing of people. That's not something I'm interested in. So when we work with folks who may be expressing resistance or sharing things with us, we try to practice our conversations and role play them as if we were talking with our friends, and actually hearing what they're saying and not being safeguarded by the way that we preface our words. So that helps. I think a lot of the times homeless services sort of oscillate between being punitive and being safeguarded by rules in their programs and participation expectations, and permissive, where we bring handouts and we give you a lot of things, and we show up every week, and if we don't show up, you're mad at us, right? But the magic exists between those two spaces, and it's when we have a high expectation, but we match it with a high level of support. And we can do that in a lot of different ways, and one of those ways is having conversations about what people want to accomplish in their life, and then asking follow-up questions about how they're going to design their roadmap to do that. And we hold them accountable to what they say, and then develop discrepancies and create spaces for reflection when they don't get there. We don't discharge them from programs, and that's one way that we do it.
That was great. That was a great explanation. I love that. You know, so I speak about this quite often. I don't know if many people know me, but I always speak about meeting people where they're at. And like I was preaching earlier, that it's to meet people where they're at, we have to like understand. We have to overstand, actually, not understand, but think first to overstand before to be understood, right? And really try to put ourselves in their shoes and just be genuine. They're just another person, just like you are, you know. And it's stigmatizing, it's stereotyping, it's oppressive when we put people in a box and we don't give them, like Jocelyn was saying, we got to give every individual their unique person, you know what I'm saying, their own unique story, you know what I'm saying, their own unique person. And we have to be appreciative of that fact, you know, and have empowerment starts with trust, dignity, and respect for each other's unique journey, you know. So you know, we have to trust that folks are capable of making their own decisions, right? So like we have to provide them with autonomy. This is the method that works best, proven, you know. Other people might not think that way, but this is the fact, you know what I'm saying? Not only does it provide them with the respect, but also it dignifies them and it just provides them more hope that, you know, we're trusting that this person is a person and has a brain and is smart enough to figure some stuff out, you know. But what we could do to meet people where they're at, like when we meet people where they're at, we don't have to, we try to understand where they're at, but we don't leave them there necessarily, right? We don't just leave them there. There's techniques that we use, and like Julius was saying, like there's motivational interviewing techniques I think is like the most important, one of the most important things in learning how to empower people, but you can't, it's all about building relationships with people. Once you have that relationship established with the person, there's a lot you could do. There's a lot more realness you can have with that person. And I think that is like just such a crucial fact, is just being able to utilize that in street-based outreach. There's different ways you could utilize it, but you know, it's getting the people to think about questions that they normally wouldn't think about. That's what the key concept of motivational interviewing is, to get them to think about things they normally wouldn't think about. And then, on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely were you at? I'm not asking you this question for myself, it's so you could ask yourself that question. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole key of motivational interviewing. It's not for us to have the answers, it's for them to ask themselves. You know, so meeting people where they're at is just really about like understanding where they're at. And that's why lived experience is so crucial, is because it's hard for anyone. I can't understand where anyone's at if I haven't really been there or similar situations. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys, and let's go ahead and go to Jennifer for her question. Thank you, Denise.
Hello. Well, my answer was actually answered with this last question. You know, having to work out in the field, I noticed that the hardest part is just helping someone feel like they're worthy of a position like this. And it's just like a back and forth, you know, because they come to work and then probably go out for the night and something might happen and they feel kind of back to square one. So that last question was very impactful for me, so thank you.
Thank you. All right. As long as there's no more questions, that's our panel discussion for today. Thank you all for joining us.
the 2025 Lead Me Home Summit on Homelessness, I want to take a moment to reflect on incredible presentations, conversations, insights, and collaborations we shared today. As a new executive here at the Coalition, I'm extremely proud of how the course of the day went. We've heard from inspiring speakers, panelists, engaged in thoughtful discussions, explored some innovative solutions to one of the most pressing challenges facing our communities. The commitment and passion each and every one of you that brings to this work is both humbling and motivating. I hope you walk away today with not only new knowledge and practical tools, but also a renewed sense and purpose and partnership. Our Lead Me Home plan provides us with a strategic roadmap, but it's the people in this room and all throughout this building, the policymakers, the service providers, the educators, the advocates, the individuals with lived experience who will drive this success. Together, we have the power to transform these plans into real, lasting change. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our partners, the County of Monterey, Roxanne Wilson, her team, Alex Altera and his team, the Monterey County Office of Education, Donna Smith, Justin Parker, and their amazing staff. And to my team, the Coalition staff, who has dealt with me being crazy for the past year to make sure that this goes off with flying colors. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys because I could not have done any of this without all of you. And to our sponsors and their generous contributions. We can't put on events like this with the funding that we have, and they stepped out in believing in something that we're all doing. And I thank you for financially contributing to something like this that's like one of a kind in Monterey and San Bernardino counties. Thank you to our speakers, our panelists, for sharing your expertise, your experiences. Your voices have been invaluable in shaping today's discussions and guiding our path forward. Finally, to all of our attendees, your presence, engagement, and commitment to the work that we're doing throughout the counties are super impactful. As you return to your organizations, in your communities, I encourage you to keep the conversations going. Strengthen the partnerships that you have formed here today, or don't leave here without forming a new partnership. And take bold steps forward into ending homelessness, keeping the people we serve in the forefront of every decision that you make. Together, we can build a future where every individual has a safe, stable, and dignified place to call home, and I hope that we can all do that together. Thank you guys, and you guys have safe travels.